enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in a matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
The outside one.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Free for All Friday. Welcome to come in, have a discussion about it. We're having this one labelled the WWFE. So if anybody wants to come in and let us know of any of the tactics that you've seen involving the entertainment show that's going on at the minute within the flat earth debate arena. Also the fact that the entire flat earth society is coming out again. There are a group of people that gets bigger and bigger that think you can do amazing things with angles. We originally thought it was just the blue marble scientists that were outstepping their realm of science and trying to change geometry for doing that, but now it seems like these other guys are wanting to get in on the act too. They just want to throw confusion about this angle thing. There's loads of people that can do fantastic things within the realms of well, I don't know. I think they say it's geometry, but not geometry. They don't really know what geometry is, obviously, because they're trying to fool everybody into this, whatever they think that they can do with an angle. But everyone can see it now. It's openly exposed as a diversionary tactic because they can't actually talk about what they do with an angle because it's not real. They're just making shit up. McToon's also got it as well. He's part of this game. We're calling both of the bluffs, really. Because the Flat Earth Debate crew can't call McToon's bluff. And McToon's has already called the Flat Earth Debate crew's bluff. And They're not doing anything about McToon because they can't expose the fact that they are fucking doing magic with angles. And McToon's already told them that. He knows that they're doing magic because McToon knows that he can't do fuck all with an angle, but he's calling them on it and they've never answered the call. It's openly exposed. It's been openly exposed for everybody for quite a while now. Hopefully, they can distract from it for long enough that I'll leave everybody else to deal with all of the mess. We did hear that Brian Leakey, who said in a video he made earlier about he uses this argument in debate. I don't know how and how it's meant to be used as an argument. But he says he does, he uses it somehow. If anybody knows how to use celestial navigation in an argumentation form and what the purpose of doing that would be, looking at lights in the sky and measuring angles. I mean, what is the idea of it? Who's doing that? Nathan Oakley. That's right. Nathan Oakley has some sort of a proof from looking at lights in the sky and measuring angles. He won't tell anybody what it is exactly that he's doing with it, but apparently it proves something. Pretty shitty tactics, if you ask me. Who's the one that can't talk about the argument? You can't even state what the argument is. There doesn't even seem to be an argument. Like QE said last night, and Nathan said, and 10th Man have said, I think. The argument is that celestial navigation is celestial navigation. It's not much of an argument. In fact, it's a shit argument. But that's what you get for flat earth debate. That's one of the best things that they've got. Whoever puts the arguments together is failing drastically. But I guess you can shout at people and do that, and then you can distract everybody from the fact that you've got a really shitty argument. People could just say, well, that's the way he is. There's nothing different there. And completely detract from the fact that there is no argument there. Measuring an angle doesn't help anybody do anything in any way. So welcome everybody. It is Free for All Friday. Anybody wants to come in and have a discussion about the things you can or maybe you can't do with an angle? Maybe talk about all of the shit that's been going down. You know, these brilliant arguments that have come into the fray. All of this new stuff. Let's start up a bit of drama. Let's get it going. Celestial navigation should be a hot topic. We had a guy in a bit earlier who would like to learn about celestial navigation. He'd like to know how you end up with some sort of a proof. He was adamant that there was a curvature, or there could be a curvature to horizontal. Yep, Zeptepi, Oakley and QE think they're the pinnacle of the FE. They are the superheroes of the flat earth debate. It's just a pity that there's no debate goes on within the flat earth debate. They've just changed it into shouting and hurling abuse at people. That's now what flat earth debate has become. Everybody knows now what to look forward to whenever they are going to look forward to a flat earth debate. The flat earth superheroes shouting at people, calling people names, with zero argument, no rebuttal to anything. They've got nothing. That's flat earth debate. That's what you've got to look forward to. And it's hardly surprising, because the blue marble scientists I've just got even worse confusion. Contradictions. That's it. That's the state of this arena that everybody's in at the minute. Anybody starts talking about basic geometric concepts, they'll just get shouted at from either side. Blue marble scientists or the flat earth debate crew. We'll just stick here with the reality view, and let everybody else do whatever they want, shouting. Yeah, if you don't fully agree with everything they say, you're against them. Well, we're not against them. We just say simple facts. It's them that imagine that those simple facts are something against them. And that's not our fault. That's the way they are. That's what they've developed as flat earth debate. And to have flat earthers and flat earth debaters shout names at you isn't, there's nothing big to be imagined with that. It's crazy flat earthers that are obviously upset about geometric facts in reality. No big deal. We've always had people that get upset about us talking about logical, simple statements, simple arguments. Yeah, everybody thinks that we're against them. It's everybody's misconceptions about all of these sort of things. Everyone can think whatever they want, and especially when there's a load of people misrepresenting everybody, then that's the sort of thing that you've got to expect. I mean, Nathan Oakley publicly told people to not give me any money. He's publicly willing to take money out of YouTube's hands. That's Nathan Oakley. In order for Nathan Oakley to spite me, he's willing to publicly say to YouTube to stop giving YouTube money. Nathan Oakley. I think pretty sure that YouTube pay Nathan Oakley, but he's actively telling people to not give YouTube any money. That's Nathan Oakley. That's flat earth debate styley. That sounds like a YouTube content creator attacking another YouTube content creator. That sounds like something a flat earth debate Superman would do on the platform that he's using. Yeah, that's Nathan Oakley. That's the sort of thing the flat earth debate superheroes do. And that's something that I'm guessing that they think that's what they're doing. That's nice for somebody to do that. Who's the flirts? Nathan Oakley's doing whatever Nathan Oakley always does. We're not eating anybody because we're not flirts. We're not flat earthers. No matter how much everybody wants to imagine that we are, we're not. Nathan Oakley's told everybody that. QE's told everybody that. Everybody has told everybody that all along. None of us are flat earthers. And I know there's a lot of people in the chat, Flat Earth Society. They want to try and push some sort of narrative. Always has been. The fact that all of this has come about a geometric statement. You can do fuck all with an angle. An angle. An angle. Seems really strange that at the minute the Flat Earth debate crew, the ones that everybody got pissed off about, they're the only ones that aren't commenting on it. And the people that are commenting on it are all the blue marble scientists. They're the ones that are sticking up for Nathan Oakley. The blue marble scientists. They're the ones that want to be able to do things with an angle. I can remember saying this at first. I said we made it for Ruhif, this statement. So what Nathan Oakley's doing is he's helping Ruhif and the Blue Marble Science team by saying that you can do something with an angle. But then he's not actually saying you can do anything with it. He's not telling anybody what you can do with it. What he's doing is leaving all of the Blue Marble scientists, the Globe guys, to defend his position about being able to do something with an angle. Well worth noting that, people, that I'm now having to tell the Globe guys that they can do fuck all with an angle again, because that's who it was made for. Strangely enough, whilst Nathan Oakley and all of the Flat Earth debate superheroes go quiet, while the Globe team defend Nathan Oakley's position. Really strange. Yeah, Zeptepi, we're not flat earthers, so why would we want to be called flat earthers? We actually have a proof that it's not flat. So it being in possession of a proof that it's not flat should surely qualify us as not flat earthers. You guys don't have a proof that it's not flat, do you? So as far as we all know, this group of people in this Discord server are the only people that actually have proofs of anything. We have proof that level is horizontal. We have proof that all horizontals are parallel to each other. We have proof that triangles have 180 degrees. We have all of the proofs. All anybody has to do is come and ask us, and we will show them the proof that it's not flat. Just come on in. Stop making up shit. We're not flat earthers. We have proof that it's not flat. And if you'd like to know about that proof that it's not flat, come in and ask us. Don't just sit out there saying that we are flat earthers when we obviously are not. There you go. Zeptepi's got a proof. It's obviously mathematical and brilliant. Let's start from there. We've both got proofs. Anybody else got any more proofs? I've got proof that level is horizontal, Zeptepi. How are you going to go with that? Do you want to see that proof? Do you want to see the geometric proof that level is horizontal? Do you want to see the geometric proof that the Earth is not flat? Huh? Do you want to see the proof that you can do fuck all with an angle or not? Because, I mean, you could just listen to Nathan Oakley talking shit and then start defending him around the position that there's no argument to be made. There's no rebuttal to it. Paige says she can prove horizontals are always parallel. I bet that would be a geometric proof as well. In reality. So anybody's free to come on in. It's Free for All Friday. Zeptepi doesn't need to see the proof of level being horizontal. Well done. You must have your own proof then, Zeptepi, that level is horizontal. Because within this debate arena, it's all about that. It's all about proof and being able to pass that proof on to other people. That's what it's all about. If you can't discuss things and talk about your arguments and discuss the arguments and see whether your arguments actually stand up when debated against another argument, when it comes under scrutiny of your peers. If you're not willing to do that, well, what sort of a debate is it? Sounds like a bit more of a dictatorship where people can't question anything. Definitely not much of a debate. But if anybody wants to come in, have a discussion about it. We've got a few bits of Betty's been in the Discord. I'll just point out that Nathan Oakley, yes, I have lost subs. Your public shout out to YouTube for you to stop people from paying me money or subscribing or being memberships or anything like that. It does actually seem to have been a detriment to my channel, Nathan Oakley. So if that's what you meant to do, then well done. Your public outcry of actively stopping people from supporting other people has actually worked, Nathan Oakley. That's the flat earth debate guy, Nathan Oakley, if anybody's just aware of it. Anybody? Does anybody want to say anything about anything? Like, I'm getting a bit obviously because this other guy has actively tried to stop people from listening to us, and there aren't many people here at the minute.
Yeah, I seem to remember that Nathan had a hissy fit over someone doing the same thing to him a couple of months ago.
Well, it may be a new trend within YouTube. Maybe I might have missed that within the content creators thing, to this Christmas spirit to
You mean you didn't get a notification telling you that you had to go around slandering other channels and telling people not to subscribe?
Yeah, I must have missed the memo. I was under the thing that you weren't allowed to publicly attack other YouTube content creators. I thought it was a rule within YouTube that you weren't allowed to do those sort of things, but apparently I might be mistaken, because Nathan Oakley definitely fucking did it publicly. I don't know if there's anybody out there that ever listens to any of that sort of stuff and knows whether that's a thing or not. I don't know. I'm just a YouTube content creator. Just a poor little content creator for a little channel that seems to be getting attacked by another larger channel, by people telling the larger channel publicly telling people to unsubscribe and not give us any money. And it actually has happened. People have unsubscribed to his Nathan Oakley's word, this big channel.
You know what's funny? Just about a month ago, I can recall he put out a video, and I was pretty upset myself because he was crying that Jaron apparently was told people to unsubscribe, and how dare he, and it's going to affect my income, my livelihood. And you know what? I was saying, yeah, that's not right. Jaron shouldn't have done that. I mean, I have nothing against Jaron, right? And then a month later, what does he do? The exact same thing. That's quite astonishing there.
Double standard.
Well, I think that's what sort of come to be known as flat Earth debate. He's blazing the trail of this new flat Earth debate thing. I mean, we've known it's got fuck all to do with actual debating. There's no arguments or anything. It's just this new shouting at people and stuff.
No, I get the shouting part. You shout at me, I'll shout at you. But you were just complaining like last month of how bad that is, going after your livelihood, and you know this shouldn't. And then you turn around and you do the same thing. Wow.
Yeah, new YouTube tactics. I think. I don't know whether it's. I mean, it's not going to be good for YouTube if that's what everybody wants. Does everybody want to be in drama-fueled wars where everybody's telling everybody else to do stuff?
Why would you want to harm somebody's business, let's say? It's not a business, right? I mean, you're hardly a business, right? He is, though. And he got offended when somebody tried to do that to him. And then just a month later, you call for people to unsubscribe from Bev. That's astonishing, man.
QE needs hugs. And super chat. Why does 10th man Nathan and QE run from his own argument? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too. Yeah, Teppy, I don't know what you've been telling us. You're like, you've just been sat doing a farmer's boy thing, saying stuff from the background. Like, it's irrelevant what you guys have been saying. We've just been doing what we do. We've got proofs. We go with the arguments that we do. You guys have been telling us that we're flat earthers when we're obviously not. You guys have been telling us that we're wrong, which nobody's ever come up with a valid argument against anything that we've ever said. You just say stuff. It's boring. It's as boring as Nathan Oakley. You guys are just the same as Nathan Oakley to me. Bipolar. You change on a whim. You do whatever you want, whenever you want. There's an argument that's been going round about a fucking angle. Nobody wants to address it. Why's that? So strange. Because the Globe guys don't want to address it either. The both of them, McToons and Nathan Oakley and 10th Man and Blue Marble Science. It makes no difference. They both want each other to deal with it because neither of them know that you can fucking do anything with an angle. They're just both looking at each other, hoping that somebody else will sort it. As long as we say it's Bev's fault, then everybody will be fine, they think. No, Zeptepi. We don't give a shit about Nathan Oakley. He's exposing the fact that they've got a shitty argument, but it's not just Nathan Oakley, it's the Globe guys too. You've all got the same shitty argument. There's no difference. There's no argument there. Celestial navigation proves nothing. It's not an argument. But you've all had a nice little game where you can imagine that you're playing the argument game, whether the argument is a globe or is it flat or what. Neither. It's not a fucking argument. It means nothing. It's just that Nathan Oakley's exposed it by getting all fucking butthurt. The Globe guys have been butthurt about it for fucking ages. But now Nathan Oakley thinks it's all about him. He's exposed the shitty argument. And McToon can't deal with it. None of the Globe guys can deal with it. And none of the Flat Earth guys can deal with it. Nobody knows what the argument is. And that's the fucking truth. Anybody want to challenge me on that? Where's the argument? It was a statement made that you can do fuck all with an angle. There's no argument there. But it shows that people have got butthurt from a geometric statement. And they have no argument. What is the rebuttal to the statement? Anyone? Can anybody state what the argument is in favour of celestial navigation? Just state the quick argument. Give us a brief outline. Nobody? Does nobody know what the argument is?
I don't know.
Their argument is the adjacent.
Yeah, but what?
The adjacent. That's their argument.
The side of a triangle. That's
Yes.
not much of an argument, is it?
That's why we say with a single angle, you know, if I was allowed to speak, this probably would have gotten, when it went under the bridge, the statement of you can do fuck all with an angle simply means with just an angle, just a single angle, you can't do nothing. You need other parts to complete your celestial navigation, which you're trying to use as a proof for a flat Earth. That's what I would have said. That's all you got to say.
But what's
no.
the proof of a flat Earth? Where's the argument? Like,
the adjacent. Their argument is, if I'm not mistaken, is the adjacent.
that's not an argument, right? The adjacent. It's not an argument. That's like a side of a triangle. It makes less statement as the, like, you can do fuck all with an angle is a statement about an angle. The adjacent, like, that's not an argument. Like, everybody,
and you can't
surely
get an angle if
the
surface is not flat. I believe I heard them say that as well.
Well, you can. An angle's got nothing to do with the surface. It's just the inclination of one straight line to another. Again, that's not an argument. They've been doing this for 2 years. Somebody must be able to tell us what the actual argument is. where the proof is. You know, how would you use it in a debate? What would be the statement that initiated you to be able to use the argument, and what would be the outcome of that argument? Like, how would we use it? It's been 2 years. Nathan Oakley and the Flat Earth debate crew, like QE said, they've extensively gone over this. I know most of us haven't listened to Nathan Oakley, right? What's the argument? Does anybody know? Does anybody hear it? It was the #1 flat earth proof for 2 years. What was the argument?
Their argument is that the horizontal adjacent proves a flat earth, that it is required to have elevation angle, you have to have a horizontal adjacent.
Okay, but
Straight
you can
line.
only have the horizontal whenever you're in view of the horizon, according to QE as well.
Yes.
Okay.
But still, this is their argument, that you have to have straight horizontal line,
Okay.
which we know also that, yes, it is. Horizontal line is straight and parallel to horizon. So what? It doesn't prove anything. But for them, it does. For them, it is proof for something.
It's just an angle. Now, I did hear that there was a great big thing about the adjustment to the I don't know, what could you call it? The adjustment to the baseline or something, in order to prove that horizontal.
Deep correction.
The dip correction?
Okie dokie. So there's a dip correction. Now, why is there a dip correction? What's that for? To take you to the horizontal?
Because your height above the water. Yeah.
Right. And does that matter though for the angle measurement?
Yes. Yes.
Does it?
Yes. According to the celestial navigation, that has to be done. Yes.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, for the angle measurement, does that need to be done?
The angle is measured beforehand, so I'd say no.
That's what I was going to say.
Yes, this correction is made after.
Yeah. But is it even needed? Does anything change about the angle?
No.
I'll put this on the board so you guys can see it. Wait a minute.
Their goal is to change this angle, to correct. This correction is to obtain horizontal, because this angle has baseline, and this baseline is not horizontal originally. When you are on the boat above the horizon, let's say 8 feet, and you are pointing with the mirror on the horizon, you are not, this line between you and horizon is not horizontal. So this deep correction is to have horizontal line. This is what it is for. So they are changing angle because they have more or less.
Yeah, but nuh-uh. That's what I'm going to say.
I'm just repeating what they say about that. So.
Right.
And that's only one of the corrections, huh?
Yeah,
Just
and I don't know
one.
if they necessarily. I don't know if that's necessarily accurate either, because I think that's what it is, as in they. That's the flat Earth debate people. That's what they are saying. I don't know how much I trust how accurate that is.
No, that is part of the procedure. I've looked into it. That is part of the procedure.
It would be
Not saying what, I'm just saying, yeah.
it would be in agreement with, for example, auto level, because if you have auto level is not pointing at horizon. What true horizon? It is above, because it is level, it is horizontal. But if you are looking directly at horizon, you are dipping down.
Correct.
So
Yeah,
you have
look.
to rise this. You cannot do that with a sextant, because the whole game is to shoot at horizon, not at point at horizon. But
Can you see this? I don't want to be stood up for too long. Can
I
you
think
see
it's
this?
frozen. Is it just for me or?
for me, it is not frozen.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay.
Okay, it's me, sorry.
Right, so here we've got a horizontal and a vertical. Right, so the horizontal and the vertical exist. This is somebody taking an angle measurement. Right? And it's measuring an angle from there to there. You right?
Yeah.
Here to here, these 2 points. I'll put that back on again. So this is the angle here that's measured. Right? That's the angle. Now, if this person comes up here to measure the angle, the same angle from here to here, they measure this angle here. Right? Now, it's the same angle from here to here, just a difference in height of the person taking the angle measurement. Is this angle any different than that angle?
No.
Right, so the angle that's measured from here to here can be measured here and needs no correction to bring you down here because it's the same angle. Now, do you imagine that if person was here and you measured this angle here, is that angle any different?
Nope.
Okay, so the actual correction that anybody ever makes, for whatever reason they tell you they need to make a correction, they don't. If you're just dealing with an angle, it makes no difference whether you're here, here, or here, because of the way angles work and the fact that this horizontal and this horizontal are parallel to each other gives you the very fact that all of these angles are the same, no matter where you are. As long as you're within the parallel lines of the maximum extremities of the base and the top of the object and this one, as long as you're within it, it makes no difference which angle you're measuring. They're all the same angle. So if anybody ever tells you that it's necessary for you to do a correction of this angle to bring it down here, what correction to the angle is there? They're the same angle. Where's the correction that occurs within the angle? That's all we're talking about, is this measured angle, right? Here, here, here. One angle. That's what we're dealing with. This is the angle that gets measured, that people are doing fantastic things with. One of the fantastic things is they're making an adjustment to it to move it, when the very fact of you understanding geometry should leave you knowing that you don't need to do that. Has anybody ever pointed that out? the basic geometric fact that you don't need to make a correction for the angle in geometry, which is the statement that was made about the angle. It's a geometric statement. Has anybody ever told anybody that? Anybody know about that? I mean, it is just a basic geometric statement about that angle. But
I don't think I've ever had this discussion with anyone prior to right now.
This is the first I hear of this. So you're saying no height of eye, no, none of that is needed.
Wouldn't make
Whether
a
you
difference.
take the angle from the water or from the toppest part of the boat, no difference.
No.
It would just be a difference in the vertical, correct? A few feet. That's the only thing that would be different, correct? The
Well, you
length of
can
the
move the angle, like we've just said. You can move it from the top to the middle to the bottom. The angle will always stay exactly the same.
Right.
Like, so what sort of a correction are you making to an angle that stays the same no matter where you measure it from?
Yeah, there is no angle correction. That's true.
So there you go, Brian. Just a geometric statement. Now, like, as we know, we're talking about geometry, and you obviously are not talking about geometry. So it's about time you came true and let everybody know that you're not dealing with geometric facts here. You're talking about a procedure that is definitely not geometric. Otherwise, you'd be telling people that you don't need to alter it with the angle. That's a known fact within geometry. Or based around parallel lines, which is a well-known fact. If you know anything about geometry, it's an axiom within geometry about those very things. And if you understood geometry, then you would know this about these lines and the relationship that they have with each other. It's okay, though. Yeah, you tried, Brian. Yep. Go on. Run away.
He said earlier that your original angle is obtuse. No, it is not.
Which angle's obtuse? They're all obviously fucking acute.
Of course, from horizontal or not horizontal, let's say from horizontal to the star. You cannot go over 90. So it is from horizontal to zenith. It means to vertical. So the maximum angle, and that's why it is called sextant. You can only measure with quadrant. You would make to measure angle to 90 degree, but with the sextant you can only measure to 60.
No. You see the addition of the mirror doubles the angle. That's a geometric fact. The addition of the mirror allows you to go to 120 degrees. It is true, though, that a sextant is 60 degrees.
But still,
Brian,
nobody is measuring obtuse angles with sextant.
Nobody's looking at lights behind the back of the head. That's fucking ridiculous. Brian, I've just explained it to you. There's no need geometrically for you to make an adjustment to the angle measured. Doesn't make any difference. Wherever you are, the angle will always be the same. Unless there's some other extravagant thing. But that's not geometric, Brian. I'm just talking about the geometric facts to let everybody know the procedure of how the mathematical operation works. Now, if you want to go outside the realms of that geometry Just let everybody know. Be honest about it. Don't come telling us and everybody that the mathematical principles are wrong because you want to go outside the remit of mathematics to conjure up some fantasy that you've got just because you don't want to upset Nathan Oakley, Brian. That's not going to work, Brian, you dick. That won't work. That's a flat earth debate tactic, Brian. The Globers have been doing it for years also. It doesn't work, Brian. It's so obvious that we actually know about geometry and that you don't. Yeah. Not me, Celestial Navigation. Celestial Navigation you've got a problem with. Brian, you're the one that's telling everybody about this. Not Celestial Navigation. You're the one that's telling everybody. Celestial Navigation says this. But Celestial Navigation is telling everybody that it's not geometry. I hope everybody's listening. Brian, you've lost it. Nonsensical statements are coming out your mouth now. It doesn't make any sense. Stop talking about geometry, Brian. You shouldn't do this. It's getting embarrassing, Brian. We've been dealing with McToons and all of the blue marble science guys all day. And now Brian's logic's going to come in and pretend that it's got something to do with us not understanding geometry. I'm not the geometry police, Brian, but I'm just pointing out to you about the angle. There's no difference in the angle. What the fuck?
Geometry police.
You've got no rebuttal, Brian. If that's the best rebuttal you've got, then you've been taught well by the Flat Earth debate crew. They're your debate tactics, Brian. By saying you don't understand and are you the geometry police? You even drew the rectangle, Brian. Mm-hmm. Pretty simple about the angle. Somebody wants to come in and let us know, Brian, about what you do with it, unless you want to just keep hiding behind McToons and all of those guys. No, Brian. I've not debunked celestial navigation. I'm just letting people know about the simple geometry that happens in reality. Now, what you're saying, Brian, is you're not using that. For some reason, you're using something different than simple geometry. Now, Brian, it's up to you to tell us what the fuck it is that you are doing, because it's not simple geometry. Let us know, Brian. We know you can't. Yes, everybody, there's Brian's response. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. We just know it's not simple geometry. It's something else, but Brian hasn't got a fucking clue how to express it. Obviously, Nathan and QE haven't got a clue how to express what they're doing with it either. The Blue Marble Science guys haven't got a fucking clue how to express what they're doing. McToons, he's not got a clue. He's got a challenge so these guys can help him out. He hasn't got a clue what's going on. It's just done differently, but you can't explain how it's done differently, Brian. What the fuck? It's simple geometry. It's just done differently. Brian's logic. Not fucking logical, Brian, at all. Holy shit. I thought it was bad when we were talking to the Globe guys, the Blue Marble scientists. But now it seems that that's spreading. Like, what's different than simple geometry? Brian, it's not just me. Listen to everybody else. Nobody knows what the fuck the flat earth debate argument is. Nobody knows what you do differently than simple geometry. What the fuck is it that you're doing? Nobody knows, Brian. You're not just not telling me. You're not telling anyone. Nobody knows what the fuck it is that's going on. If anybody does, come on in. Let us know. Let us know what this celestial navigation argument is. And what the purpose of it is. What the outcome, what the conclusion is. Walk us through the steps of what you do with an angle. From beginning to end. We'll even give you the measuring an angle. You can just start off with the angle. And let us know what the fuck you're doing. Oh, it's me. Okay. Everybody, Brian says that you guys only don't know what the fuck their argument is because you guys are listening to me. Brian's logic. So I'll give everybody a chance now. I'm just going to nip to the toilet. Just vocalize yourself about what it is. I won't even be here. I won't be able to listen. So don't get upset about anything that you might be saying. I'm not even going to be here. Let us know.
I want to ask Brian something. Brian, isn't your argument the adjacent, basically? Do I have that correct?
Adjacent implies triangle. So, which triangle, Brian?
Right angle.
Well, it's the triangle, but that's not a triangle. You can think of it as a triangle. It's not a triangle.
Exactly.
I want to make sure we're understanding the argument, right? To begin with. Okay, Brian, too bad you're busy. I would have loved you to say it so we can say it out loud, but okay. I'll repeat it after.
Brian is too busy to answer a yes/no question, but he will sit in the text chat talking shit. That sounds nice.
No, I know basically they need a flat surface to make the angle, to start off with. I mean, I heard it a few times. I just want to make sure that I got it straight.
Do we know what the argument is yet?
Well, I asked Brian, but he said he's driving. I think I have an idea, but I wanted to make sure. I was willing to be corrected, but Brian is driving.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. I mean, we know Brian's not got a fucking argument. Brian hasn't got a clue. Brian's the one that gets pushed forward to make the videos that he doesn't even want to make. So Brian's being put in this position by the guys, right? It was Nathan Oakley that started it. It wasn't Brian that started all of this sort of stuff. Well, in fact, it was Sleeping Warrior that went over to Nathan Oakley that started all of this. About a reification of a horizontal. Which is actually what they're fucking doing.
If one of the arms of the angle measured is horizontal, then flat Earth. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday.
Yeah, but they only get to the horizontal through a dip correction that isn't needed. That's fucking dishonest. At best.
Yep.
I mean, how... Everybody can see that, right? You can't claim a proof of a horizontal baseline if you're making a correction to make the angle into the horizontal baseline when it's not even fucking needed to do that. The geometric understanding of the angle measurement doesn't require a horizontal baseline. It just requires an angle to be measured. The geometric principles and the geometric understanding goes to show you that you can produce parallel lines and have those angles be equal.
Well, I add to that. You don't have to have the horizon to create a horizontal. So they can take that angle from wherever they want. That horizon is not necessarily the thing that makes something horizontal.
Brian says, okay, quickly. The zenith distance, which is the adjacent length along C. What?
So presupposing he's got a triangle.
The zenith distance.
Zenith is
Distance.
vertical, not horizontal.
No, the distance of that vertical. So Brian's basically saying
there is no distance to the vertical.
He knows. No, he is saying he knows how far away the sun is at noon.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
Fucking clown, man.
No, he's making an angle measurement to a light in the distance to the horizon. The zenith is where you are. There is no distance, Brian, to your zenith. What are you talking about? The angle that you're measuring isn't even there. It's only the apex or the vertex of the angle at that position. That doesn't go to your zenith. What's he talking about?
He's all over the map, man.
Again, Brian, that doesn't make any sense and you're driving. I don't know, you're confused, obviously. Somebody's told you something that makes no sense and you're just repeating it, making yourself sound like a... Well, I don't know. If this is the argument, then you're lost. There is no zenith to an angle.
Sounds like desperation, doesn't it?
For
some reason. I mean, what is this? A lot of us do like Brian, but I mean, this is what, the fourth day? that Brian's been in here trying to push this narrative of celestial navigation. And even in his video, he starts with a rectangle. Doesn't even start with the angle, but then said that it was because of a shortcut. It just sounds desperate. Like, please love me. Please love my argument that's not an argument.
Yeah, definitely not an argument. Doesn't make any sense. And if you were one of the people that think this is an argument and think you've been able to use it in a debate scenario, come in and let us know. See how well it worked. I don't know what sort of a debate arena this particular argument would work in. It seems like you'd have to be geometrically illiterate to let somebody go by without pointing out the geometric misunderstandings that are occurring throughout the argument. I have to point out again, when we talk about this sort of stuff, it's just about the geometric principles. So, like we point out, you can do fuck all with an angle. That's a geometric statement. And like we've just showed you, the height of the angle that it is measured makes no difference as to where it does, because of the geometric understanding of the angle that measured between 2 points. Well, those are just geometric statements. If you want to claim something that goes beyond those geometric statements, don't get upset about the geometric statements being said. You guys are beyond the remit of those geometric statements. Please don't tell everybody that you're going to falsify those geometric statements with celestial navigation, because celestial navigation doesn't seem to use basic geometry. It doesn't make any sense for anybody to try and do that. Unless they want to tell people that they're making up a new geometry. They have the ability to extend the remit of geometry outside the bounds of mathematics, or maybe stretch the bounds of mathematics, of what is possible within mathematics. Mainly, maybe people didn't know about these things. The whole team in. Welcome, Adam.
I will say I got confused on what I was saying before. So, but the way they're doing it is so damn confusing. It's hard to keep track of it, because they are creating a triangle and basically claiming a distance to the celestial object.
Yes,
Which
they have to know that. In order to do that celestial navigation as they claim they do, they should know distance to the star. Simple.
Yeah, they don't have the hypotenuse. If they have a hypotenuse, and they have a triangle. Which they don't have. I think that's the whole point. At least for me, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any geometric sense, but obviously we're not dealing with that. We're dealing with something else. Something else that nobody can actually tell anybody about.
Well, that's flip-flop, because when on Brian's video, as far as I remember, he said that this isn't really, don't worry about the geometric part of this, but that is the found in essence, I'm not quoting, But that is the foundation of their argument. It is a geometric argument. But then they're throwing it out because they can't have it, but they're still using it. It's weird.
Yeah, it's a geometric argument that isn't a geometric argument at the moment you start putting it under geometric scrutiny. Which they're the ones that actually brought the argument in. Right? They're the ones that pointed it out, that they got upset about it. In fact, I'd like to know where Nathan got that from. Where did Nathan, where's the clip where Nathan got butthurt about us making a geometric statement about you can do fuck all with an angle? It would be nice to know which was the statement when we said that. Where did he hear it? Then we could go over it. See how Nathan is justified in his outrage. I'm not too sure where it was. He might have been told it by Sleeping Warrior.
So are you saying at this point a one-on-one casual sit down with you and Nathan is out of the question?
Hey.
Mano a mano, like?
Been over there to go and see what was going on with them. I'll still have a sit down conversation. If he wants to try and explain what he does with an angle without diverting to wheels or cheese or whatever, just literally tell us what he does with an angle, maybe what the actual argument is that he's getting all upset about.
They think somehow we're threatening their celestial navigation, their angle thing. They think somehow we're threatening their, their idea.
Yeah, because it does. Because it's not right.
Well, I personally saw something. It wasn't even about the angle. I saw the book issue a while back, and I said it. I mean, it's nothing personal. It's just it's an observation. Like if I had an idea and there was a flaw in it, or somebody saw something that wasn't right, I would want to hear about it. But that's just me.
I can remember 2 years ago having a word with Brian saying that's ridiculous. It'll never work. And he said, you better get on board with it. And I went,
hey, Bev,
no. Yeah.
have you ever done it like a thought experiment? Say I came to visit you guys, right? And we rented a boat. We went out in the Atlantic fishing. During the evening, we got really freaking drunk, passed out. In the morning, we woke up, had no idea where we were. You had all that stuff on the boat that you needed for celestial navigation. Would you be able to find your way back to where you were?
Me? No.
Well, if you and I were, together, would we be able to figure something out to get us back to where we started?
Yeah, turn on the radio and call the Coast Guard.
God. Yeah. Okay. I'm just curious. I try to think those things through, and I couldn't come up with anything, obviously. But I was hoping you had something that you could possibly do. But they did navigate back in the day. So did they just position something in a certain spot and travel, keeping that in that certain spot?
The Polynesians navigated.
Yeah, I know.
I've said this before, right? But let me say it again.
But
for the people that don't know, the Polynesians navigated a whole area in the Pacific, millions of square miles. Millions of square miles from Hawaii to New Zealand, to Easter Island, draw a triangle, right? Funny, a triangle, right? And they had all that. They controlled all that. They explored all that water.
Were
They
they
had
successful
no
their first
paper.
time out, or was it like hit and miss? You know, we find our way here, we draw a map of the way we traveled, and maybe somebody gets lost and somebody has to pick up. I'm just wondering if they knew what they were doing the first time they stepped foot on a boat.
I wish we knew, but nobody knows. You know why? They had no written record.
Oh, okay.
And
But
they had no paper. They didn't write things down. That's another astonishing thing of how they did it. They had no metal, right? They did all this with the stuff they had on the island.
That's pretty incredible.
So navigation doesn't prove shit. Sorry.
Oh, I hear you. I'm just wondering how the hell they did it.
It just proves that you can navigate. Yes, you can navigate. And there's many ways, many cultures through the millennia have navigated. The Chinese, the Greeks, the Arabs, the British, many people, man. And guess what? None of them use the sextant like the one we have today. And none of them used an almanac. I mean, come on, man.
No, I'm on
It's
your
not
side,
a
buddy.
solid argument. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I never question any of the housekeeping questions because they're all solid. This one is not solid. And
No,
you got
I
to be able
object.
to take some criticism. That's it.
I found another nonsensical. Any distance to the sun. For me, this is nonsensical question, because it is obvious that there is distance to the sun, because the sun is above clouds, and we know that clouds are at specific height. So it is above this specific height. Therefore, there is distance to the sun. So that's my rebuttal to this, for me, a stupid question.
Well, maybe do they mean it's a known distance? I always took it like that. Like, can you know the distance?
You could definitely draw a rectangle, right? Within celestial navigation. Could you not?
Maybe,
What
but
do you mean, Gus?
still, there is some distance to the
Yeah,
sun,
well,
obviously.
wouldn't Brian draw in his rectangular box and have a vertical zenith distance?
He should.
Couldn't that be the distance to the sun? He's getting a vertical zenith distance. You could just offer that up to Nathan as the distance to the sun, surely.
That's another argument.
He's getting
I
a
brought up.
distance. He's getting one.
Where's he getting the distance?
It's a vertical.
That's another argument I brought up when I went over there. I told them some ballers, I've heard them say that, yeah, you should have a distance. Do you have a distance there with your triangle?
He can
Like, there's
measure an
many
angle and
questions
get
here.
all sorts of distances. Why can he not get a distance to the sun if he measures an angle to the sun?
Yeah.
Isn't that the rules of celestial navigation? At least the ones that I'm thinking about. Anyway, let us know if it's any different, Brian.
It's like they're shooting themselves in the foot with their own argument both ways. It's funny.
I say you can do fuck all with an angle, but Brian says he can get a zenith distance with an angle. Well, if you can get a distance, surely you can find a distance to the sun. Simple. Or does it not work like that? I'm not too sure. Let us know, guys.
So more than one angle, first of all. Yeah, no shit.
There's no question that it works. It's just one method amongst many through millennia of people using the stars to navigate.
Adam Macon is laughing about the distance to the sun. Well, what's the vertical distance? What's the zenith
That's
distance?
hilarious.
What's the one that Brian was just talking about when he was measuring an angle, Adam?
You have a whole fucking triangle, so you should be able to get a distance. Even Brian put up his box on graph paper.
I'm not saying that you can do it. I'm just saying, Adam, that you guys are the ones that are getting zenith distances from an angle. That's beyond the realms of normal geometry. I'm asking, within your remit of having a vertical distance, a zenith distance, that you can then transpose to an adjacent distance from an angle, can you not do that for a distance to the sun? You're just magicking distances that aren't actually there. Why can you not magic a distance to the sun while you're doing it? Is there something that says you can't? You'll have to let us know what these rules are. Because my understanding is that you can do fuck all with an angle. You guys seem to be able to have distances. Am I not right, Adam? Put me right. Let us know what's going on. I'm not saying that I can do it. I'm saying it's fucking ridiculous. I know that you can do fuck all with an angle. It's up to you guys to tell me what it is that you can do with an angle.
If you have an angle and a right angle triangle, whereas this angle that you have is not the right angle itself, and you also have a length to any of the sides of this right angle triangle, aka you have two of the angles, the right angle and the measured angle, and an actual distance to one of the, or length to one of the sides of that triangle, you can solve for the triangle, figure out the distance of the other two sides that you don't know. That's a fact. So saying that you can do all of this magical stuff with this non-triangle, but also saying at the same time that we cannot actually know the length of this one side of the triangle, which would be the distance to the sun. It's just all backwards and contradictory, inherently so, within the entire structure of it.
Yes. So I am asking you for consequence. Be consequent. Or we do know, or let's say someone knows distance to stars, or he doesn't. Simple. Don't pretend that you don't know if you know, and otherwise. Just it. Just be honest about that.
He's just laughing at you.
Sure, of course.
Yeah. Like a proper flat earth debate guy, superhero, one of the flat earth debate superheroes, and how they argue with people.
Maybe this is one of these taboo topics. Don't touch it. Maybe flat earth society is forbidden. Don't know.
Yeah. We'll just file it under ECV. Say nothing more about it. Pretend it never happened. We'll just all agree that celestial navigation works. And carry on. Nobody'll notice. Don't worry about it. Talk about something else for a bit. Celestial navigation. What does it prove? What's the argument? How do you use it? What would you be trying to prove? The Earth.
Personally, I have no reason to doubt that it works, right? Celestial navigation. I have no reason to doubt it. What I doubt is that it proves a shape of something. That's what I don't believe. Let's get that straight. Just because you point to a light, I can't believe you guys are doing this, man. How many times have we laughed at ballers and told them, you're pointing to lights in the sky and you're telling me the shape? How many times have we pointed to a pool table, the light, and say, oh, that's round? So how many times have we done that with the balls and that? And now you have an argument with lights in the sky. I don't get it. You had so many solid arguments.
But all of a sudden now they have a right angle triangle. It totally screws them.
And they can't even figure out the height or the length of that vertical side of their magical right angle triangle.
Especially when Adam's in the YouTube chat laughing like, oh, you don't get it. Like, what? We're trying to tell them. They're just putting their head in the sand.
Without without the almanac, do you have anything? Without the almanac, does your system work? Answer me that.
Is that like a geometric book?
Yeah. And then ask yourself, why is navigation done in nautical miles? And ask yourself, Adam, what are nautical miles based on?
Gadget brings up a good point, that Sleeping Warriors, the common element between all of the bust-ups that these guys seem to have. What's based on a sphere? Tepper, you imagine that angles are based on a sphere? That's interesting. Adam. Yeah, well done, Adam. You're obviously a genius. Well
Nice
done.
response.
Yeah. Helping out the flat earth debate argument always. Thank you, Adam, for explaining you too know fuck all about geometry and the actual argument from the geometric side. We know you can't answer any of these questions, Adam. We know the geometric truths stand true.
I think that's him, like I said earlier, putting his head in the sand.
Well, obviously. Go on.
I was just gonna say, Sugar Cookie, obviously you can't stick your head in the sand until you've told everybody else that it's their problem. You answer your own question. I'll be busy with my head in the sand.
Don't
Well, he
ask me.
knows without the book, they have nothing. Without that
Yeah,
nautical almanac, they have nothing.
Yeah, go ask Celestial Navigation. Like that whole thing, like just Gadget just said, the whole thing is brought up by Sleeping Warrior claiming some sort of reification fallacy. And the funny thing is, when you question this argument, well, it's not my argument. Go take it up with this body of work, this whole body of science. You know, where have we heard that before?
Mm-hmm.
There's a reification right there. Go ask, a non-person.
Yeah, it's good to see that the flat Earth debate argument is up and running. Everybody can see the power and the strength of the flat Earth debate argumentation. Logical reasoning, explaining the issue, all there. Tick, tick, tick. What a brilliant guys. No wonder they dead good at debating.
They're
I
imploding
think
on
I made a.
themselves.
I think I made a pretty fair point. I think I asked a very a good question there about the almanac. Somehow, what you guys don't want to speak about the almanac?
I know about almanac only from, let's say, a 10th man reference. So it is, I think, this times of where you can position this GP of the star on the ground or whatever. I am not very familiar with that, but this is connected with the GP of the star and time on which part of the circle it is. So it is
Yeah,
that it's
it'd be
I
nice to
think.
talk to somebody.
It
Sorry,
gives the GPs the ground position of the moon, the sun, and about I think 50 or odd stars that are used for navigation. And it gives all kinds of corrections.
It doesn't actually give the ground position of the lights in the sky, right?
No,
There's
no,
no
no,
such
it's a system.
thing.
Absolutely no such thing. They've been convinced.
Yeah.
They've been convinced of that, yeah.
Somebody's told them about a ground position of a light in the sky, and they've believed it. Now, that person may or may not have been 10th man. He could have just been reading out of a book that somebody had told him, but people have heard it from 10th man. He's brought this argument here. It's 10th man that's brought it. And it's Nathan and QE and Brian that have parroted it. Not so much Adam. I don't think Adam knows fuck all about anything, really. Doesn't seem to know much about geometry or mathematics like he's claimed. He would have stopped them if he had have known anything about geometry or mathematics or a logical process. Somebody would have noticed this if they knew anything about it. So somebody's been led along a non-argument and nobody's bothered asking them, what is the argument? Surely it, like SE says, it's not. You can measure an angle to a light in the sky, therefore flat Earth. That's fucking ridiculous. You've got to admit it. But that may be it. Maybe it.
I happen to have the 2022 the book that everybody's talking about. I'll find it and I'll post it. Celestial Navigation for everybody to see, and be prepared to blow your mind when you open that thing. It's a warning.
It just seems to me that there's so many fundamental misunderstandings about this entire argument that they are putting forward. And by they, I mean the FED, all those guys.
Yeah. Adam, get a bit of substance in something, Adam. We know that you've got nothing. Like, it's pretty obvious by your comments, Adam. You've got nothing. But well done on showing everybody exactly the content that the Flat Earth debate superheroes are coming with. If everybody can't understand the simpleness that we're saying about these geometric statements and the fact that not one of the flat earth debate superheroes have got anything as a rebuttal. Absolutely nothing. It's sad that people they've got a better argument and a better understanding of the bullshit that you guys have been sprouting. It's sad. Sad, and you'll never see anybody using this as an actual argument anywhere. It doesn't exist outside the realms of this arena. It doesn't even exist in this arena as an argument because it just isn't. Nobody uses it. You just hear 10th Man and QE parroting a load of shit about something. Doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't it be good to see 10th Man defending his argument against somebody?
Maybe he could actually demonstrate it.
Yeah.
I've never seen him do it.
Debate it, show it within a debate scenario, how it exactly works. The process from start to finish, explaining the geometric procedures that go along with it from start to finish. Should be easy. Should be easy to a flat earth superhero with one of the best arguments and proofs about something. We have a proof that the earth is not flat. Perhaps you'd like to use this as a rebuttal to that, to say that the earth is flat and come up with an argument, and we can go against each other. I can give our presentation for the earth not being flat, and you guys can give your presentation for why the earth is flat. What does that mean, Adam? The rebuttal to the statement, you can do fuck all with an angle. What is it that you think you guys can do with an angle? Other than talk shit and not say anything. Because that seems to be all that's coming, Adam. Your
I just dropped
conflation of geometry and CE. What's CE? What the fuck's CE? Don't even know what that means. Does anybody know what that means? From Adam.
No idea. If anybody wants to know what the 2022 Nautical Almanac looks like, just join the server, go on live chat, and it's right there for you to download.
There you go. Put it in the chat for everybody to see there. This is Adam Meakin replies with rebuttal to what? Again, you could do fuck all with an angle. It's a geometric statement. Adam seems to have forgotten about it, but that's the statement, the rebuttal to that. And he says, your conflation of geometry and CE. Anyone? What the fuck's CE? Because we're conflating geometry with it. I don't know what it is. That's what is sad. It's somehow it's sad conflating. What's CE, Adam? As you guys piss away good anti-ball earth support for the sake of your egos. What?
What?
As you guys piss away good anti-ball earth support for the sake of your egos.
What support?
I haven't got a
just-
clue what the fuck
It
that means.
sounds It sounds like they just do it because they want people following them. That's not what we're about, Adam.
That sounds like a culty sort of thing. It's like a
Yeah.
what's CE? Has anyone got an idea what CE is? And how we can conflate geometry and CE? Anybody got an idea what CE is? Some sort of code for something within the flat earth debate thing? Anyone?
I'm going to say, I don't know, but I'm dumb.
Well, I must admit, I don't usually watch the flat earth debate crew, so I may not be up and on with their abbreviations of things. I can't even imagine what that might be. And the anti-ball earth support. I don't know. I don't even know what that means, Adam. It must be something to do with flat earth debate. Something? I don't know.
See, there we go. We just proved we don't know.
I would say that his response somehow is similar to responses, Stark Otter's responses or Belly responses. Just vague sophistry, and you don't know what he wrote. Just a straw man or whatever, I don't know. But this is very similar response. I would say that Adam is using the same tactic here.
Yeah, I can't figure out what E is either.
Oh, somebody's saying that CE is CN.
That's what I was just going to say. Did he mean to type CN?
They're nowhere near each other. It's not even next to N. That's not a fucking fat finger thing, that.
Did he mean to type celestial navigation, or are you referring to celestial ephemeris? What's the big secret here?
I mean, CE, the closest thing I could come up with is circle of equal.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Is that it? CE, I've never heard it called CE though. Circle of equal altitude.
But I'm wondering how we're conflating it. It's not us that's conflating it. We made a geometric statement. Nathan imagined that it was about celestial navigation and got all butthurt about it. Well, it's a geometric statement. We're not the ones conflating geometry and whatever else it is. We're just saying about the geometric facts. Somebody else is conflating it, Adam. It seems like you're projecting. Oh, look at that. Somebody's drawing lines on balls. That's just not possible. Whoever's doing that, Protothad, drawing lines on balls. Surely he's heard of pi. Most people have heard of pi, and it's a relationship between the diameter and the circumference. What he's doing there isn't pi. He's making a new number for pi by drawing that there on the thing. These guys will tell you that. Surely they know that about geometry. They wouldn't try and conflate any geometry with something that's impossible, would they? Nobody would be telling you that.
Are you talking about the ephemeris, Adam? Why are you shy? You think we haven't heard of this stuff before?
Well,
is that what the E stands for?
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just curious. I want to know what he's talking about. I want to research it. I
I
I
think
wanna
we came up with. I think it's a typo, right? It's got to be.
not because the E could stand for ephemeris. So I just want to have clarity.
Well, yeah, I do too.
If it was a
Oh.
typo, it was a typo.
Yeah.
He won't tell us because this is the way it works. They say something and then they meant to know that you're meant to know what they meant to write. So therefore, they'll leave it vague that you can fill in all of the gaps. That way these sort of people can make as many mistakes as they want, and everybody gets accustomed to fixing their mistakes for them. And then they can imagine that they were right all along. If they never actually come up with any claims or make any statements, it's very familiar territory, right? We've been dealing with a group of people that do this all the time. They never make any claims. They just criticize constantly about everything. And they never make any statements. They just leave open-ended, vague statements and then imagine that they've answered everything that they need to answer within these vague statements that they make. And then they can go back and convince each other within the Superman pat on the back patting squad, where they just go round, circle jerk each other. They can convince each other that they did do the right thing and they did have all of the correct answers, because they all agree with each other. We've heard it all before. It just wasn't the flat earth debate guys. It was the blue marble scientists. We even worked out the blue marble scientific method. And that's exactly what you do. You leave an open-ended statement and then discuss it until everybody comes up with problems. And then you say, those problems aren't our problems. They're your problems for not understanding them. And then carry on going with the same shit that you've been dealing with all the time. Just seems like the Flat Earth Debate crew are doing exactly the same thing now. You've got no argument. You just leave it vague and open-ended.
Like Brenda's tactic.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly right. And one of the reasons why I posted that Protothad video is because it is a response to 10th Man's doing exactly what you're saying. And so I guess the thumbnail is the first half of the video is responding directly to 10th Man on the questions that Protothad is not having answered, according to him, and goes through the process of looking at 10th Man's own citations and references, and then just tearing it apart. And then the second part of the video is him actually doing the celestial navigation with a sextant, and then transposing it on to the globe, which I don't agree with, obviously, but he's at least doing it. And that's part of the point. Whereas 10th Man hasn't done anything with it.
Nice. Could the globe have been backtracked from those numbers? Could they have made the globe from the book? The model, at least. That way it'd work, wouldn't it?
Well, the book does represent the globe. The nautical mile. It's end of story.
Yeah,
Celestial navigation, their method is based on the nautical mile.
Does the
nautical
mile change distances, say change length, depending on where it is?
I don't believe so.
Oh, well, that's what would have to occur.
Especially if they're not on perfect sphere, huh? Is that what you're getting at?
The length of the lines changes depending on where you are.
Uh-huh.
So therefore the length of the mile has to change. It's a necessity.
That's another thing they don't grasp, that in their mythical sphere, there are changes. Now, it's not us saying that, it's them saying that. Because an oblate spheroid, guess what that means? You got it. There are changes. And they'll readily admit it. Blue admits it. Right, Blue? If you're listening?
Everybody's talking about measuring angles to lights in the sky. It's fantastic, isn't it? What a bit of distraction can do. Well, we purposely don't talk about measuring angles to lights in the sky because it's a fucking red herring. It's got nothing. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't make any difference. You can't do anything with an angle. It's a simple statement. Measuring a angle, an elevation angle, a vertical angle, will get you nowhere. Even within a conversation. Now, some people may be happy that you're not actually talking about something that they will be challenged by. Maybe they just want you to carry on talking about angles to lights in the sky. At least then you're talking about the lights in the sky and thinking that you can do something about the lights in the sky. Looking at the lights in the sky stops you from looking at the horizontal and getting you any proof of reality, the place where you live in. Just look at the lights in the sky. Measure a few angles. It'll be of no use to you at all. If you were ever on a boat, you'll never use it. It'll never make any difference to anybody in anything that you ever do. It'll never help you in any debate about anything. But, hey, you can get upset about other people saying geometric facts about angles. If other people are talking about angles to lights in the sky and think it's a brilliant argument, does that make it a good argument just because everybody else is talking about it? No, it's a shit argument. It's not even an argument. Nobody can even state what the fucking argument is. It's just a distraction. And if you can't see that it's a fucking distraction of something that doesn't mean anything, it just gets you to look at lights in the sky. And you know the sort of people that get the telescopes at mid-age crisis or whatever. They get a telescope, they start looking at lights in the sky. They start imagining that they've got uber sextants because it's a fucking telescope. And then what do? Well, they start coming up with dreams and fantasies that looking at lights in the sky and measuring angles does something about some sort of an argument. It just isn't. Challenge anybody. Let's have a debate about what a shit argument it is, celestial navigation in the first place. That'd be good. Does anybody else want to come up with give us a possible good argument in favour of a celestial navigation conversation? Somebody give us the best way to use a celestial navigation argument within the within the flat earth debate arena. Happy holiday to you as well, Globebusters Bob.
Yeah, happy holidays, Bob, and everybody over there.
Can anyone think of the best use of the best argument for celestial navigation? Right, what is it a counter to? Like, when would you use the celestial navigation? When's the best time to bring the celestial navigation argument up? Go on, give us the best rebuttal. No?
Well, knowing it's full of fucking holes and it's a shit argument, I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, let's pretend it is the brilliant argument that celestial navigation obviously is. What's the best place for you to use it? When would you particularly bring it out of the, like, I've got this one in my back pocket, I'll bring it out when it's ready? When's the ideal position and time to bring up the celestial navigation argument?
I'm gonna go ahead and say the boat's over the horizon.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Nice. I'd say I didn't. A guy did actually bring that up earlier today, didn't he? And yeah, I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
I'll try that next time. See if throw the element of confusion in there.
Yeah, well, you got to use that.
Yeah, somebody mentions boats going over the horizon. You say, well, I can measure an angle to a light in the sky.
On a boat.
I could do it on a boat, yes. Yes.
I think it's fucking hilarious, though, because I know you can get zenith angles and all that. But on a boat, you don't really have plumb. It's kind of hard, right?
Plumb bobs. The boat plumb bob.
Plumb bobs on a boat.
That's genius, isn't it? That's why the bubble sextant was made, apparently.
Oh, wait a second. Maybe the plumb bob on a boat is actually the anchor.
Oh.
Ah.
Yeah, it's not vertical though, is it? To stop dragging it.
I think that's about the closest you can get.
Yeah. Well, hey, celestial navigation. I'm not too sure whether it is a thing or not. I know that navigation is definitely a thing, from getting from A to B. That's quite a lot. It's useful to everybody, finding a route from A to B. Usually the shortest route from A to B is normally the best one, but there are fastest routes and all sorts of stuff like that. Now, presumably, over water, it's a little bit easier to get from A to B. Obviously, you have to miss out if there's a little bit of low lying stuff or treacherous waters or whatever. You want to miss those. But going from A to B seems to be what navigation's all about. Why you'd want to do it particularly with the lights in the sky? Why could you not just sort of do it? I'm pretty sure nowadays they just go from A to B. Not too sure about how much the lights in the sky have to do with anything. But hey, a lot of people have had a 2-year conversation about this thing, so you best get your money's worth out of it. And if you've been listening to people tell you an argument for 2 years, I really hope that you've paid attention and you know what this argument is. You best know this argument inside and out. You best have heard all of the rebuttals to this argument. And I'm hoping that people will have allowed you to hear all of the rebuttals to this particular argument, so that therefore you can hear all of the rebuttals to it. And the rebuttals to the refinement of the argument that's been laid out for everybody. I'm hoping everybody knows that, because I haven't got a clue what the argument actually is. There's lights in the sky and you can measure an angle to them. It seems to be, as far as I've managed to get. People are saying you can draw rectangles, but I think that's fucking ridiculous and I'm not having it. But people obviously do draw all sorts of different shapes. I don't know why, and they don't seem to be able to explain why they're doing it either. Just because that's what it is, that's what they got told to do. Why are you doing it? Who knows? That's just what we got told to do. I don't work like that. I never have done. Didn't even work mathematics like that when I was learning mathematics at school. I made sure I understood what it was that we were talking about so I could understand the process. So it's hardly surprising that me personally might be a bit different than everybody else. But if it doesn't make any sense, then it doesn't make any sense. And if you guys can't explain it, then that's not my problem, really. I'm not really that bothered. I'm fine with ep or hey. I'm all right. I'm never going to get on a boat. I'm never going to do any celestial navigation, personally. No matter how many people Nathan makes me kill, hypothetically. It doesn't make any difference. I'm still not going to be bothered learning how to do celestial navigation, because learning how to do celestial navigation seems to mean doing impossible things just because somebody tells you to do it. Well, good luck to you and your impossible arguments. You won't hear me using it. And I'd hope that you have all of your rebuttals ready, because if I ever hear anybody saying that, I will definitely have to say, what are you doing? Where did that come from? How did you manage to do that? Why are you drawing a big rectangular box?
Drew a box. Are you talking about the Brian video?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the rectangular
well, didn't he
box.
say, I think if I remember right in the chat, he said he did it to save time.
He already had graph paper. There was big squares all over it.
Hey man, hey, if you got a problem with it, you gotta talk to.
Got to talk to Celestial Navigation.
Right.
It wasn't Brian that drew the big fucking rectangle. Celestial Navigation told him to do it.
Yeah.
See, that's the crux of the problem of the argument. They say celestial navigation, but it's based in nautical miles, which is based on a globe. You got to understand that, guys. And that's just one of the problems.
I think nautical miles is just an easy thing, because they just changed 69 miles to 1 degree to 60, because that way they can divide a minute up into 60 seconds.
Exactly. Yeah.
Degree into 60 minutes. And then it's 1 mile per a minute. It's just a dead easy way of moving numbers around. It doesn't actually work. It's not how you do geometry, but if somebody's told you to say it, then that's what you're best off just repeating it. Don't question anybody with anything, because they won't have any answers for it. It's just what they do. It's just mess about with numbers, because, I mean, it wouldn't work otherwise. They'd have to explain it, and you can't really explain it. They just do it.
Don't take it personal. Here, I have a thing, right? The skateboard paradox, right? Now, if somebody was to come up and tell me, hey, I see, this doesn't sound right, man. I mean, what are you talking about? Maybe you should, word it like this, or I wouldn't freak out and start cussing them out. I would listen to them. Maybe they can help me make my argument better. That's how I would take it. I wouldn't fucking go mental and start freaking out for no reason. Unless you told me I had bad breath or something. No, but seriously, man. Seriously.
Yes, see, I can tell you need a mint. But look at this rectangle. I posted it in live chat. This is the Brian's Logic video, basically. He's got that top ceiling horizontal at 8.
Along the bottom there. In black.
Yeah, the x-axis.
Well, it's got adjacent. And opposite. And hypotenuse. And can you see that in the bottom?
Yeah.
What does that say?
No, like it says zenith distance.
Does that look like a zenith distance?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying earlier, where I corrected myself. Oh, okay, I got messed up, but it is confusing to how they're trying to present it, because I believe he's starting off on the right bottom corner as the observer, so the zenith distance can't be on the left. But if you, I don't know, dude.
That's
I try to do it in my own mind. Not geometry, not a distance. Don't worry about that. But it's on a fucking graph that has it at a height of 8 with 2 90s.
Yeah, he's actually drawn 2 90s, and neither of those are at the position he's measured the angle from.
Right. He not only has those 2 90s, but he has the other 2 90s that aren't marked as 90, because he's got a fucking box.
Yeah.
So one of the first things he said in his video is, okay, here we have a box. Well, fuck.
How did he get this distance to this C point?
No, don't worry about that, paper.
Well, I want to know this B point over here. Why's he got from A to B being a zenith distance when the green angle over here is marked as green angle is zenith angle? That angle there has got nothing to do with the line where he's got zenith distance.
I know.
What the fuck? I hope that's confusing for everybody. Maybe like celestial navigation, like it's completely backwards. I must have been told. No wonder I don't understand it. It just doesn't make any sense.
You don't understand this thing that doesn't make any sense. So
yeah, I don't understand that. I mean, like, as far as I can see, there's nothing that makes any sense with that at all, Brian. If
Green
anybody else
angle.
wants to come and let us know from the Flat Earth Debate crew, they might have been teaching everybody how to do this, and it may just be a ridiculous thing that I'm not seeing. But this here says zenith distance, and this green angle here is the green angle is the zenith angle. So this angle here has got nothing to do with this triangle over here. Yet.
Ugh.
And at the top it says co-altitude distance, which
altitude.
co-altitude distance, which since DC is equal to BA, that means adjacent is equal to co-altitude distance, meaning you have two angles and a length of a triangle. You can easily solve for this.
Well, it has a known, apparently it has a known length of the base. So what?
Yeah.
Yes, but he is looking for that. The whole point is that you are looking for that. But it is given seemingly, and also height of the star is given. It has to be given because otherwise you cannot draw this point, these 2 points.
That's exactly right. And this is Muppet vision.
A zenith distance across the floor. Like the horizontal distance being marked zenith distance. Maybe it's just a mistake. Maybe like Adam earlier. Maybe it's just a mistake that we're meant to correct mentally for Brian. Because it's obviously fucking ridiculous. But we're meant to know that, I think. Maybe like a blue marble science obvious mistake that people have been leaving in. Or maybe he does actually think that the zenith distance goes along the ground. The adjacent, the same as the co-altitude distance. But if that co-altitude is the same as the adjacent, and that is the zenith distance, that means that the two horizontal lines are the zenith distance. What would you actually call this one here? And this one over here? If this one and this one are the zenith distance, what would the actual vertical one be called? Do we have a name for that? Is it not the zenith distance? Because that would mean every side of the rectangle would be the side of zenith distance. Wouldn't it?
That's what I thought the zenith angle and zenith distance are basically interchangeable in the fact that it's from vertical to the object. I didn't think they were two different things like this, or a distance is as in this far away. This is weird to me.
Yep. We've definitely not watched any of Brian's logic or 10th Man's or Nathan Oakley's or QE's demonstrations about celestial navigation. We're just looking at this purely geometrically, wondering if he only measures one fucking angle, why is he drawing a rectangle? Why is he putting one of the sides as zenith distance? Why is he marking it adjacent, opposite, and hypotenuse? What's going on?
They have angles as ratios. Obviously.
And
angles.
look at that angle.
Yeah,
Look
an angle.
at that. Have you seen the angle? How many fucking decimal places is he going to? Who does he think fucking measures angles like that? Look at it! 51.34019174590099 degrees.
Bev, he's
Okay,
using a
this is GeoGebra, so
algebra. It's gonna do that, okay? He just needs to set it for the rounding.
Well, it's a pretty accurate sextant Brian's got there. Maybe he's made his adjustment for the height of the altitude correction, the dip correction that's left him like that. You never know. You never know how exact they are with their angle measurements.
Oh, so co-altitude. That means to me, at the same altitude, one thing is, let's see, more than one thing is at the same altitude would be co-altitude, right?
Yeah. Like 3 coplanar points
Right.
would all be on the same plane. So co-altitude suggests that they are all at the same altitude.
Right. So 8.
Eight.
You know, they're 8. This is something else.
Yeah. We're not debunking FE, right? If you want to know a proof that the Earth is not flat, just come in and we'll tell you. What we're going over here is some ridiculous claims that people have made about celestial navigation and the procedure that they go over. Now, this isn't particular to the Flat Earth debate crew. This goes for anybody wanting to do celestial navigation. There are a few questions that you should ask yourself about this procedure. It seems like they're doing magic. Now, maybe they're not. Who knows? If somebody's willing to come in and let us know exactly what you can do when you measure an angle that goes beyond the remittance of geometry, obviously has to go beyond it, because he's drawing a rectangle there. I don't know where he's come from. You can't do that by measuring an angle. It's not possible. Well, this is just Brian's Logic's version of it, but I'm pretty sure that Beddy, he has one similar to this. Blue Marble Science, maybe Rumpus, McToons, Ruhif. They all have these particular sort of drawings. Now, how do any of them develop that from an angle? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe somebody might be able to come up with an argument, but I doubt it very much. They just seem to say you don't understand it, which is fine, because it cannot be understood in this form. It just looks like somebody's drawn a rectangle from nowhere, just measuring an angle. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's free for all Friday. If anybody wants to feel like they want to come in and come up with any of the proofs that you have, and maybe let us know what you're doing with angles. Why are people that keep coming here obsessed with flat Earth? Zeptepi, what is it with you? You do realise that it isn't just the flat Earth debate guys that do this. There's loads of people that try this celestial navigation as an argument. That's what we're dealing with. I'm not really bothered about flat Earth or globe Earth or whatever. We're talking about the argument and how the argument is portrayed within the remit of a debate. I'm fascinated as to how people think about an angle. An angle is so obviously geometric. It shouldn't really be up for debate, but somebody seems to have made an argument about a geometric principle and then got really upset because somebody makes a geometric statement. That's what fascinates me. And at the minute, it's even more fascinating because it seems that the people that have got upset about the geometric statement just purposely don't want to talk about it. They don't want to defend the argument other than to shit talk about people. There's nothing coming forwards about the argument. It's so old. And then you get the other people, like Zeptepi. People that have got, they've got arguments against something, but I don't know why they're saying it. If you've got a proof that the Earth is not flat, Zeptepi, come on in and tell everybody about it. It's no good being a text chat troll. If you've actually got a proof that the Earth isn't flat, come and let everybody know. Oh, Benny. Nice try, Benny. It is worth a try, but like Brian says, every time he's ever been over here, we've asked him where the fuck he got the triangle from, and he's never been able to answer it. It's just something that they do in celestial navigation. Nobody knows why they do it. They just do it, and they're forced into doing it. It's like it's part of the process that you draw a triangle and then put an angle in it. It's like it comes before. I don't know how, and there's no actual reason for them doing it. They just do it. It's like Rumpus draws a circle. Why does he draw a circle? He just can't stop himself from drawing a circle. Has zero relevance to anything. He just feels better once he does draw that circle. Well, it looks like Brian's logic just feels more at ease if he can draw a big rectangle. Make it into two triangles. It's so sad. And what's worse is, right, I've come into this as a normal person to find out that people just slander you, talk shit about you. And then when you learn an argument and you learn about how the logical process goes, people just shit on you even more. And that's sad, because the arguments that we have, ask anybody, nobody has rebutted any of the arguments that we've come up with. Nobody has rebutted the proof that we have come up with, the realizing Euclid, the proof that level is horizontal, the proof that pi is the Euclidean proof for Euclidean geometry in reality, the proof that all horizontals are parallel to each other. All of these proofs that we have, and nobody gives a shit. Nobody wants to hear it. Everybody's more keen on causing shit about getting upset about an angle. What you can't do with an angle. The law of identity. An angle's just an angle. It's not a triangle. And how people can't see that. It's sad. It's sad, but people are going to have to come to the realization that their heroes that they've been following for all this time have got absolutely nothing. They have no argument. They've got nothing. And it's going to be embarrassing, because nobody's going to be picking up on their arguments because there are none. Yeah, and the proof that level is horizontal is also the proof that the Earth is not flat. That's why Nathan, I think, gets upset with us. Because the very proof that we have, that's an actual real proof within reality, challenge anybody to take it on. The actual test. You can do that yourself. Very cheaply. 100 quid. We're going to be doing it again. I'm definitely going to be doing it again. It's a mathematical principle in reality. A real test. A real, very real physical test. A physics test in reality that will definitely be done. It's a test that will challenge your mental process of how you work things out. It's a logical, geometric test. And you best get ready for it, because it's a real thing. And you're going to have to challenge yourself. Globers and flat earthers alike. This is a very real test that has already been done. But hey, free for all Friday. Everybody else is better have a say. I think I've gone on and ranted enough. That's 10. As you can probably tell, I'm getting a little bit pissed off with all of the people and their attitudes towards what we're doing here. Especially the so-called flat earth supermen of the flat earth debate squad. But even more than that, it's the globe guys, the ones that claim to want knowledge. We obviously know that the blue marble scientists, they're full of shit. They are literally liars and scumbags. The lot of them. People like Rumpus, Blue Marble Science, and all of the people that are over there making shit up. They're just lying about us. it shouldn't be happening, but that's the way this particular arena is set up. They don't want reality creeping in. They get upset at people that question the narrative. I don't want to be calling people names. It's not worth it. We'll stick to the arguments. But we know that these guys haven't got an argument. They're never going to come. Even when we went over there the other day to talk to Nathan, he kept telling me to fuck off. He didn't want me there. He doesn't want to deal with the actual issue. And why's that? Because he hasn't got an argument. Nathan Oakley and the Flat Earth crew will prove me right here by not having an argument to come and talk about. They can't discuss anything. Quite a simple statement. You can do fuck all with an angle. Discuss. I will come over there, Nathan, and give you all of the points to let you know what you cannot do with just an angle. I would like to hear what you are going to do beyond the remits of geometry, because it will be obvious that you can do fuck all with an angle. You'll have to let us know what you're doing. There should be plenty of people willing to take up for the Nathan Oakley, the White Knight crew. There's got to be quite a few of them over there. Brian's give up. Adam's been laughing at us. Nathan's just going to do a farmer's boy. QE was always sat in the background doing the farmer's boy. All of the Globe guys. If only you guys only knew the amount of shit that we get daily for the Globe guys because of all of these arguments. And now they're teaming up with Nathan Oakley. The Globe guys. Whilst Nathan Oakley stays quiet about the very thing that he brought up. The argument that he got upset about. I don't want to keep going over it. I'm making a brew.
I'd like to take this opportunity to wish everybody Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, and all that stuff.
Same to you, Essie.
Yeah, everybody. I'll join in with that. Zep
Yeah,
Teppy, yes, they are. They are Zep Teppy. They're teaming up with Oakley. They're all on the same team. They're the team that wants to be able to do something with an angle. This entire circular argument, they're all in it together. Sorry, carry on. I can't help myself tonight. I'm just pissed off that all of the stuff we've been doing and all of the proofs and all of the arguments that we've been doing, it just seems like the Flat Earth Society has been teaming up together. Tepe thinks the argument is that celestial navigation works.
That's not the argument.
That's not an argument at all.
No, but that's not the argument. Whether it is or not, that is not the argument.
They don't know what the argument is. That's what I'm saying. There's a big fucking circular conversation going around about celestial navigation, but nobody knows what the argument is. Zep Tepe especially. He's been in here talking about it, but he still doesn't know what the argument is. Nobody does. Tepe, you've not been away. Exactly, Zep Tepe. You don't know what the argument is, because nobody does. Everybody's going to make their own idea of what they imagine the argument is, because the argument has never been stated by anybody. I can't tell what the argument is. You haven't been talking about it. Nobody knows, Zep Tepe, and your confusion just shows everybody. There is no argument, is there? I can measure an angle to a light in the sky isn't an argument. And if that isn't the argument, what is the argument? Truth is, there is no argument. Yeah, Zep Tepe, that's exactly right. You haven't got a clue what the argument is. Nobody has a clue what the argument is. And saying that we don't understand what the argument is doesn't mean that you know what the argument is. Because obviously you can't state what the argument is. So therefore, it's you that does not understand what the argument is, Zep Tepe. Somebody will be able to come across with the argument from Nathan Oakley's crew, what the argument actually is. QE didn't have anything the other day. He couldn't tell us what it was. I'm not arguing an argument, Zep Tepe. There is no fucking argument. I'm just making statements about geometric truths. There is no argument, and you don't know what the argument is. You have no argument. So sad that this, what Zep Tepe's doing, is exactly the same as what Nathan Oakley and Adam Meakin do. And Blue Marble Science. There'll be an argument coming sooner or later. So, as far as everyone can see, I hope everybody's aware of this. People like Zep Tepe are the people that just sit around in chat talking shit with absolutely nothing. And those are the people that we have to deal with daily. I'm not too sure that everybody else has to deal with shit like that on a daily basis. Like a kindergarten squad that we have to sort of deal with people that have no argument but just come round to talk shit about stuff. They've got no argument. They've got nothing to deal with. They don't know what an argument is. They don't even know what they're discussing about. Yet they imagine that they can come round here and tell us about things that we don't understand, that they obviously don't understand. Don't know what the purpose of it all is.
Well, I will say, I think at least they're able to come over and say stuff, because it seems to me like there are bubbles that if you have where you can't have a discussion about anything unless you agree with them, and it just goes into their own kind of bubble. If you don't agree with somebody, they'll kick you out.
Yeah, Zep Tepe's talking. Zep Tepe, it's pretty obvious you don't know what an argument is. There is no argument coming from you, Zep Tepe. We know that because we know what an argument is. You obviously don't. And it's pretty obvious that you, Zep Tepe, are the one that has not got a clue what an argument is. You don't know what the argument is that you're even making right now. So sad. That's why people like Zep Tepe and all of that sit in the text chat. They never come to actually discuss things. Come here for the entertainment. Well, the entertainment, Zep Tepe, is you showing us that you have no argument. And that you have like an enjoyment of the entertainment factor, the WWFE. Well, we're not part of that, Zep Tepe. I think it might be time that he goes. I don't need to be dealing with people that are coming in here for entertainment purposes, dealing with flat Earth. People who have a dislike of flat earthers just so that they can come and talk shit with zero argumentation. Yes, please, Paige. I've had enough. There's no need for us to be dealing with that type of ridiculous attitude. All he is Flat Earth Society, helping everybody with the Nathan Oakley with his understanding of nothing, no argument. But people like Zep Tepe allow that because he has no argument. He's in exactly the same boat as Nathan Oakley. Zero argument, so therefore it's okay for entertainment purposes to come and talk shit because you don't know what an argument is. You don't have an argument. We'll show you next year exactly what we know about argumentation and some of the killer arguments that cannot be rebutted by anybody. That's what these guys are scared of. Simple arguments from reality. I'll show you with the Modus tollens how a Modus tollens should be done to prove it's not a globe, with backing as well, full backing, geometric backing, logical backing, and there will be no rebuttal. Go on.
I did want to ask about that. Should I've forgotten my point now? What? No, hang on. I'll formulate it better. Give me. Okay. Do they think that because the globe model has a specific radius, whether it's an average or whatever, you know, he says that 3959, whatever it is it because the globers only have that one number that they think it's okay to have just that one number on the Modus tollens and be correct? Do they not understand that the wording at the end means it can't be a globe? Well, that's not true, because you could have a globe that was a different size. So that disproving that, it's only disproving that number, falsifying that number, not that it could be a globe. Is that right?
Well, that's the way that the logical statement works, yeah. The Modus tollens.
It is about difference between subject and predication. This is formulated in very, I would say, not clearly, because we have in if statement we have two predications. If Earth is a sphere and Earth is a sphere, means that Earth is subject and sphere is predication. But this predication has its own predication. This is predication to predication. And it is developed into radius. And in Q statement, it is about this second predication, not first. So not shape, but number. So Q is disproving only radius, is dealing only with this radius. So only with this second predication. But in conclusion, there is that Earth is not a sphere. So it refers to this first predication.
What was getting me that they've got that Earth is not a sphere at the end, but they've only got that one specific.
Yes, it means there is in Q statement, there is nothing about shape. Nothing that refutes shape. Only number of, let's say, this distance we should see on the globe, etc. So it refers only to radius, not to the shape.
Shape, not the first bit. Yeah.
By the way, it would be more clear if QE phrase that, and we can do that. We can rephrase that if Earth being sphere, or if Earth, yes, being sphere, that would be the subject, has a radius of that number, then etc. So
yeah, better.
Earth being sphere would be the subject.
Yes.
And predication would be radius. And this conditional statement would remain the same. Logical inference would be the same. So in fact, saying in that statement that Earth is a sphere means nothing, because in fact, real predication, which is dealt with in consequent, is radius, not sphere. So that's why it is non sequitur.
Right, whereas your one has sphere at the beginning as well. So, yep, I get you. Why does it even matter to them what we talk about over here? That's what I don't get. You know, if they're happy with their arguments, then they should be happy.
Yeah, well, Nathan's got upset about statement about geometric statement. I'm still waiting to hear where the clip was of him actually getting upset, where it comes from. Yeah, there you go.
What?
There's another one from Sugar Cookie. It says the Earth is not a sphere, but that's not with a radius.
Yeah, that's QE's Modus tollens for the Black Swan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says if Earth is a sphere with radius, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and then at the bottom it says not P, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. He's completely missed off the other half of it.
Yeah, he has to put not a sphere of radius, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah.
Yes, if
This is from his video. I'll go ahead and I'll put the video for it just so there's no misconstruing or misrepresenting. So that's a screenshot directly from that video.
Yeah. Nobody pointed it out. Well, people did point it out to him. We've pointed it out to him. But he didn't like it and he got upset.
Yeah,
like
look
he
what
does.
happens. Point out.
Yeah. Everybody can see it's obvious within the logical formulation of a modus tollens. He hasn't replicated the P at the end in his therefore not P statement.
Oh, that's why the song got him. You better mind your P's and Q's.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Emma said, like, right at the very beginning, when QE started with this very thing, and Turn Up made him the war duck, as he called it, the one that QE uses. That's the one that Turn Up made for him. When he was doing that, he was here. And Emma said, do us a t-shirt, put mind your P's and Q's on it, in order to let QE know that he'd fucked up his P's and Q's.
That she literally already knew. She'd already seen
Told him right at the fucking beginning. We knew this problem, and that's why QE got pissed off and fucked off. That's why QE's so upset with Emma, I think.
Yeah, she got the reception she got.
Yes.
Right.
A very simple statement. Mind your P's and Q's. Literally means put to mind your P and Q statements and make sure that they follow through your logical statement from beginning to end. Otherwise, your truth value of the statement won't stand.
Yeah, you have to like replicate it, don't you? It has to be the same at the end as it is at the beginning. Otherwise, you're not talking about the same thing anymore.
Yes, because this is about denying radius. This tollens is about denying radius, not denying sphericity.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yep.
Well, the other day he went over the average of the radiuses is where they get to 3959.
Mm-hmm.
So that agrees with Blue about the variable radius, but it doesn't agree with, from what I remember and recollect of Nathan's arguments, you can't have a variable radius, but they're using the variable radius as that average, it seems to me, as their number.
Yes, because then they just use the black swan to say, well, we've proven that that's wrong. So.
Oh, the black swan to me isn't an argument. It's a picture at this point.
But I think they use the distance in that to say, well, even if it is variable to what they say, we've debunked it anyway.
Right, but they're still not following it up with what Bev said at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like it's not. It's an incomplete. Yeah.
Yeah, it's incomplete, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know. It seems pretty easy to me. Okay, well, you're proving something specific, so the end has to be specific.
It is incomplete and misleading, because as I said, there are two predications: one being sphere, and second radius. And he is dealing only with radius. He's not touching the sphere bit. The sphere is intact in this modus tollens. So he didn't prove anything about sphericity here. So it is formally invalid. Whatever it would be, this is formally invalid.
And why would they want to know if there was a better way to formulate it? Like, they expect us to take their any constructive criticisms they might have, but they refuse to reciprocate and take constructive criticisms from us.
And by the way, I can produce correct modus tollens with the sphere bit only. If the Earth is a sphere, and this is the end of antecedent, therefore on the Earth would be no mountains and valleys. Consequent. There are mountains and valleys, therefore Earth is not a sphere. So I debunked sphericity in my modus tollens. And this is correct, formally correct. My modus tollens is formally correct because it's referring to predication about sphericity. Simple.
Right. The formulation of what you said is correct because you negated the first part properly.
Yes, I negated predication. Earth is a subject. Predication is sphere, being a sphere or spherical shape. It doesn't matter how it is formulated, but sphere is predication upon Earth. And I debunked sphericity in consequent. That's why my modus tollens is correct, and QE's modus tollens is incorrect.
It would be nice if they would stop thinking this was a personal thing, right? It seems. No, it's not.
From my side, it is not.
No, not from my side either.
It's got nothing to do with them as men, them as people. It's got to do with whether you're correct or incorrect. If there's a better way, a simpler way, it's got nothing to do with them.
Yes, I can prove that that QE's modus tollens is incorrect, and I can give example of correct one.
Yeah, you can formulate a much better, a simpler modus tollens. Much easier if you know that what the idea of what the modus tollens is meant to do. You can, of course you can. QE knows that as well. He was here. He knew about all of the objections that we had. And he reacted pretty much similar to the way he's reacting now.
Has anybody ever heard somebody like talking with QE and have QE say something along the lines of, wow, I didn't know that, or, anything? Or does he just always act like he knows absolutely everything already?
The times that I've ever talked to QE, he's always been upset about something that's been said that he didn't like. quite a few of the conversations I've had with QE have been along those sort of lines. QE getting upset about things that have been said.
That's a damn shame.
Well, that seems to go for everybody. Everybody gets upset at things I say. There's no difference. I don't know why people seem to get so butthurt about things that people say. But, hey, I must have that knack of saying things that people get upset about. I can't help
Because
it.
they went through a schooling system where they were given everything. Just here's the book, memorize it, and you refuse to do that for them. That's what it is.
Well, I guess it's about the style of learning that I've had. Maybe it's slightly different. Who knows? Nobody can have a discussion about it because everybody gets upset about the things that I say. We can never get to have these sort of discussions about anything. About the different processes of the way different people learn. It seems like QE and Nathan don't have an allowance for people that may learn a different way. The ones that don't want to repeat and be parroted at and just repeat those statements. People that want to develop their own proofs. Maybe people don't want to have other people's arguments. Perhaps they want to be able to develop their own arguments that are a bit more specific and tailored to the way they are. Perhaps there are different people like that out there that QE doesn't seem to be able to communicate with. Shouldn't be too hard, but hey, that's what we're watching. We're watching the end of a certain flat Earth debate team.
And they could just all come in here and just have a chat.
Well, you'd think the discussion about arguments or whatever should be being had. It's pretty obvious that the globe guys are in a position where they can't talk to us. Nathan's known that for a while. They can't go over there and talk to him about any of it because they have no rebuttals to any of the arguments. We all know this. But it seems like the conversation should have been us discussing the arguments to make the arguments better. But now, seems like there's another group of people that can't talk to people. Very similar to the other group of people that Nathan knows about. They can't go and talk to Nathan. Nathan's just doing exactly the same thing. Maybe he doesn't want to talk to anybody. Maybe this adage of the echo chamber goes for Nathan. Perhaps he doesn't want to be able to talk to anybody about anything. Perhaps he just wants to sit in his particular little bit where he feels safe without going out anywhere into any other realms of any other places. Maybe it's Nathan that wants to feel safe and secure, but he just wants to project it as though it's everybody else's problem, not his, when he's actually the one that's staying in his little thing all the time.
Well, it's never worked out well when he has ventured out. You know, that was always one of the things the ballers would go crazy about every time he went somewhere, you know, and acted like a complete dick. Then, you know, for months afterwards, that's all we'd hear about. So that's why I didn't want to use any of their arguments, because I don't want to be tied in a like emotional, you know, way. You know, I don't want them to think of all of us like that.
If you're not free to speak your mind at the place where you're at, ask yourself, what are you doing at that place? That's the way I see things. I'm not talking about anybody in particular, in general, a general statement. If where you're at, you can't speak your mind, ask yourself, what are you doing there?
That's a really good point, SE.
Because a true friend would want you to speak up, wouldn't they? They'd want you to, go, oh, hey, I think there might be a better way to do this. What if we did this and this and this? That's what a real friend would do, I would think.
Well, isn't that what a cult is? You have a few speaking points and you stick to your speaking points, right? You're not free to speak about anything else.
Yes, I was a Jehovah's Witness for a few years, so I know about that very well.
Well, McToon said it was also tied to whether or not you're willing to have your assertions, claims tested and verified. If you're not willing to have anything tested, you're just claiming things that everybody has to take on faith, then you might just be in a cult or a cult leader, maybe. However, if you're willing to have your claims tested and verified, or of course unverified if it turns out that the claim is wrong, then you're not in a cult. That was McToon. So yeah, just bringing that up.
I'm saying that because I've been hearing a lot of cult talk lately,
I just know a lot of people will then use that statement to call this place a cult because we're talking about geometry a lot. Oh, they talk about geometry, they're a cult, right? Well,
how many times have we argued about stuff, about time and space, and how many times have we argued? What are they talking about?
Yeah, they don't get to see that though, because
No, they don't see that. Yeah.
yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, we've argued back and forth and discussed a lot. But I'm just bringing up the whole having your claims tested and verified being linked to the cult thing, because there are actually tests to be done, tests that have been done by the people in this server.
Live, broadcast live.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The discussion about the flat earth and the globe thing, that's the game. That's the idea that it's meant to put up there, puts a barrier up where there's two different types of people and they're arguing with each other. Well, it's not an argument when you do that. And there is only one reality. The simple truth is, just drop the model. Drop all conceptions of the model and start talking about reality. That's it. And I guarantee you, if you do that, you will find that conversation comes really easy. And it becomes about what you can prove in reality. It stops becoming about a model that other people have and you're arguing against a model. It's not an argument against a model. There's no such thing. Those are arguments against not reality. Just prove reality. Attempt to talk about reality, what you know about reality, and drop the model.
That's what I love about Page's proof, is that I don't even have to mention anything about the Earth. I can talk just pure geometry.
It gets tough, doesn't it? Like when you're thinking about this arena that we're in, people are just trying to deal with what is and reality. And then there seems to be forces, people around you that just want to confuse the issue. They want to take whatever that simple is and throw confusion in on it. You know who those people are.
Baffle you with bullshit.
Yeah, I try and tell you that you don't understand something that perhaps can't be understood, can't be explained.
Yeah, try and tell you things like perpendicular isn't perpendicular at some points, but it is at other points. Insanity.
Oh, you got to hear the latest one, Paige. You just
What
reminded me.
Go on.
Oh my God, Zanuck. So I warn you, this is from Zanuck from the get-go. Level is curved surface, and horizontal is concave.
What?
He's just repeating this from the LIGO argument, I think.
Sorry, baby, go ahead. That's hilarious. Oh dear.
Yes, ma'am. So they just go into their fantasies, and the LIGO arms from either end, they're the straightest thing, blah blah blah. But yet, if you put two ball bearings, they'll roll to the center. If you fill them up with water, the water will pool in the center. Like crazy insanities.
That LIGO thing has got them really thinking some weird ass shit.
Oh yeah. Shout out Mobius. Me and Mobius did a number on Blue, big time.
Blue's live.
Oh, he is, yeah.
Yeah. Blue's live right now.
Say LIGO.
Look at that. I've just put it on. Look, check that out in the live chat. He's made me a moderator on his channel.
Wow.
You're kidding me.
And look, that's what he's doing. He's doing zeniths are measurably not parallel. Measurably. Blue Marble is making a claim about a measurement in reality. A claim that can be verified and checked. Blue Marble is now in the position that you wouldn't want to be in. Blue Marble has took up the stolen concept fallacy of everybody that's come before him. Jesse Kozlowski, the main surveyor, George Nutsack. All of these people that have done these fantastic... Oh, sorry, I forgot about Larry Scott, the guy that told my son that triangles have more than 180 degrees in reality, which is what Blue Marble's basically saying here. Basically, Blue Marble is saying in this picture right here that vertical and horizontal are not parallel. That he has a measurement of vertical not being perpendicular to horizontal. Blue Marble is saying that right now in this video. It's a load of bullshit.
Crazy.
Just so Blue Marble's live doing it now. Look at this. Complete, utter horse shit.
And he didn't even take those measurements or those numbers, right?
Nope.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing that the FED crew is doing, where, you know, taking an argument and then repeating it without really diving into it, because that's what Blue's doing here with these numbers.
The angle that you can do fuck all with. Blue Marble is saying, well, you can tell that vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular. That's what Blue Marble's saying.
Which is insane.
Well, Nathan Oakley's validated this. Nathan Oakley has said to Blue Marble, it's okay. That thing that Bev's been trying to say as an argument, right, to prove to you guys that you can do fuck all with an angle. Well, Nathan Oakley's saying, go ahead, Blue. Off you go. We'll support you. We'll just call Bev stupid. We'll allow you to do this. Off you go, Blue. Nathan Oakley doesn't realise it, or perhaps he does. Perhaps Nathan Oakley is being Flat Earth Society by allowing Blue Marble to do this ridiculous shit with angles. Maybe Nathan Oakley didn't fucking notice, or maybe he did. Who knows?
Either way, it doesn't matter. It's got to stop.
Who's going to be rebutting it? Who's going to be rebutting this geometric statement about angles from Blue Marble? Is it going to be Nathan Oakley? Is Nathan Oakley going to be rebutting this geometric statement from Blue Marble Science?
Doubt it.
Could. Yeah, I think it'll be a cold day in hell before Nathan would actually go, and do it.
I don't think they'll be addressing it, because all QE's got is a load of fucking ad homs about Blue Marble. He's maybe not aware. Perhaps they've been out of the game for long enough to realise that there are other discussions going on with other groups of people about geometric statements that they're claiming. Maybe that's what we were talking about. Maybe Nathan Oakley's got all butthurt about something that wasn't meant for him. Yet, here we are. Adam making Brian's logic. Maybe the broader sense of you can do fuck all with an angle goes in a greater scheme of things. Maybe you couldn't see the bigger picture of what was going on.
I don't think QE realized that the diverging verticals was a thing when he was trying to do what he does. He's not in, like you said, he's not in these other discussions with everybody else because they're in their own little bubble that keeps them safe.
Oh, that sounds like an echo chamber. Is that what they call that?
Exactly.
I just don't think that Nathan Oakley and QE have been dealing with any of the geometric arguments at all. I don't think they're aware of all of the geometric arguments that we've been going through.
I mean, the ballers don't even go there from here. Like, they don't even anymore. They've all boycotted him too. Like, they refuse to go in there anymore. So they don't even take our arguments in there. Like, how they used to, sometimes people would take arguments from other places and go, oh, but over here, they're saying this and this and this. Well, they don't even do that anymore.
Yeah, Blue Marble's doing well. He's got a few people watching. So Blue Marble has got a willing audience that are watching Blue Marble come up with a reason for them to have a geometric understanding of what he's doing. Now, there's a stolen concept right in the heart of this that Nathan has been shown. When Dave Weiss originally had the Bitcoin challenge and he sent people over to Nathan Oakley's, Where's Wally was one of them. And this particular thing, I'll put it up on the screen here. This thing that Blue Marble is doing was given to Nathan Oakley for him to rebut. And Nathan Oakley didn't see it. He didn't rebut this. And now it's still hanging around. Because Nathan Oakley didn't rebut it, like Dave Weiss asked him to, he's left it. And now Blue Marble Science is saying that this is a proof that the geometry, the geometric statement about a vertical and horizontal being perpendicular is proved false. Blue Marble Science. That's what he's claiming.
Sounds like Nathan might need to borrow Page's proof.
I don't think he'll know about it, because when he was shown to him, he didn't even see it. I don't think Nathan Oakley understands the geometric arguments that are coming. I don't think he even comprehends them.
Sorry, what was Nathan's rebuttal to this? You got to have R for that?
I can't even remember. It was Where's Wally that went over there. It was ridiculous. I think he just laughed at him and said something about the black swan.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where's your R?
Yeah. Yeah, we disproved the sphere with the black swan, or, something like that. Like, definitely not an argument against the geometric principles that he's doing. But Blue Marble has developed it. He's developed it even more now to all of this, with all of these numbers on it, because he thinks that's going to help him out a bit more. But they're going to do exactly what Nathan Oakley does, right? Blue Marble Science is going to do exactly the same as what Nathan Oakley does. He will just claim victory, even though there is a geometric impossibility built into his argument. But he can't see it, and he will never discuss it. Much like Nathan Oakley, the geometric impossibility is the fact that you can do fuck all with an angle, and they do more. This is a similar one, except this is a stolen concept fallacy.
It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
The zenith thing. Okay, so let's say we go with take from what Brian's logic was putting on there, even though, let's not. But the idea of a zenith angle is you go straight up and then you measure from straight up zenith to the thing you're measuring to. You don't. That's a zenith angle. The definition, pretty much. You don't go from vertical and then all the way down to your horizontal and call that a zenith angle. That's just perpendicular. That's stupid.
Yeah, there's not much point in measuring a 90. You just got a horizontal and a vertical.
Right. Otherwise, it's not a zenith angle.
Getting pretty obvious that Blue is never going to really see this. We've been bashing him over the head with this for every day for how long now?
It goes. I'm just so fucking. It's like. This goes against the other shit that Blue was saying about horizontals. Whatever. This is just so. Am I supposed to correct this for Blue so he can do more bullshit with it? Or am I supposed to look at this and go, you're fucking stupid? You know what I mean? Because there is, I kind of talked about this before, there is kind of a need to correct the record. And when somebody shows you some bullshit, the automatic response, at least for me, is, well, let me correct that. I don't know. It's off the charts.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing QE would say that he doesn't need to deal with it because of Blue Marble some ad-hom, and that he dealt with something ages ago, right? I've tried to tell Wally, right, when he first started coming with these arguments. I told Jesse Kozlowski, I told the main surveyor, I told all of them when I was on Twitter 4 years ago. The problem with this particular argument, it's got a massive flaw within the geometry of it. But as we've learned, there are a group of people now that completely disregard any geometric knowledge, even though that's where you get proofs from, and that's where all of our understanding comes from. These people just completely disregard it. They can't see it.
The thing that is even more frustrating is they're not even following their own stupid logic. Like, what happened to the horizontals crisscrossing in the middle? Now all of a sudden a horizontal doesn't, you know what I mean? It's like if you try to follow it, it's like insane.
They don't do anything about the horizontal there. There's nothing about horizontal. They do a very clever trick. They remove horizontal from the discussion.
I thought the straight line was. Well, I've seen different versions of this, and there was horizontal on it, or at least labeled.
17 kilometers, he says. That line.
This is even worse. Did they take an old version and mash it? I don't know.
Zenith angles measured by Wild T3 and Trimble S7 theodolites. There you go. That should give you an idea as to who we're dealing with. If anybody knew about those particular things and who's been talking about those particular things.
Yeah. There's no, how do they have a shared line in there to begin with? According to them. This is nonsense.
Yep. But they'll get away with it. Blue Marble. But in order to not talk to anybody about it, just like Where's Wally experience with us when we were here. We tried to explain it to him. And he just wouldn't listen. He just kept saying, we've not explained it to him. And that he will never come and discuss it. Same as Blue Marble. He'll never come and discuss it. Because he's been forced into a position to make a ridiculous statement that's provably not true. But Blue Marble won't be able to hear the proof that it's provably not true. Because he's already accepted a reductio ad absurdum as an actual proof. Somebody has sold this reductio ad absurdum to Blue Marble as an actual proof of globe. And he's took it.
It's kind of the same thing as what QE has done with the sextant. Cobbled together some stuff and then here you go, fellas.
We'll go over it, Blue. We will.
It sounded to me from what QE was saying. I mean, if he was very excited in the moment and just didn't want to formulate his sentences properly or whatever have you, That may be the case, but what I took from what he said the other day in that video we went over, it's definition 9, book 1 in Euclid, the one that defines the angle. Then, therefore flat earth, basically. Like, that's the most ridiculous non sequitur I've ever heard. Oh, it's an elevation angle, aka one of the arms of this angle that's been measured is horizontal, therefore flat earth. He went to say, oh, you can't do that with a curved adjacent. Yeah, well, we know that because definition 9 of Euclid tells you what an angle is. It's definitely not a curved line, it's two straight lines. So his argument is reduced to that, as far as I can see. Definition 9, therefore flat earth. It's absolutely hilarious. But it's also quite sad that you have to take this kind of like attack, hatred, name calling. I don't know the word to express how extreme it gets. Over something like just pointing it out to him and others, of course. How nonsensical it gets when these so-called debates, so-called arguments start going. Sitting on the sideline. I don't want to say sit in the middle on the fence anymore, because that's not what's going on. It's more like on the outside looking in at this clown show that's going on, just pointing out how much of a clown show it is. And they get so angry. I don't even know.
Yeah, don't forget that in order for you to have your proof of the angle, you need to be in sight of the horizon. Otherwise, you can't have your horizontal.
Holy shit. What?
Yeah.
Hey, Bev,
Who said that?
I just went and whacked the hornet's nest. they're all buzzing around like nothing else in there now. Because I've got you playing and then I went into YouTube. I can't really hear what they're saying. I can hear like a faint buzz underneath your voice, but I can't make out what they're saying to me. But I know they're talking about me. all over me saying that vertical and horizontals are always perpendicular. We live in Euclidean 3 space, guys. Now they're all asking me how many dimensions are there, and oh my goodness.
It doesn't take much.
It's really gotten so easy now. I actually feel bad. Like,
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Okay, no, I don't. A little tiny bit, it has gotten that easy that I'm just like, guys, this is just sad now. Like this one guy in there was saying, yes, horizontals and verticals are always perpendicular, but verticals are not always parallel. And I went, oh my God, Justin, think about what you're saying. Think about that. How the fuck can they not be parallel if they're perpendicular to horizontal? Oh my goodness. And it's because they change the orientation of verticals and horizontals. They think they can tilt them. They think they can have a horizontal at an angle or a vertical at an angle. And it's insanity.
Yeah. If you start tilting one of them, then your perpendicular relationship disappears.
Yeah, you lose it.
Any deviation whatsoever.
They can't even make squares anymore. Like, they've fucked themselves so bad and they just will not back down. I'm in there because I love the abuse, this kind of shit. So when I have it, guys, happy holidays, good luck to you. And I left.
I wonder what they would do if you gave them one of those kids' toys where it had the different shapes and the different pegs.
Yes. Which one goes in which hole? Oh my goodness.
Get upset about the square.
I think I heard was it what's his name? PhD Tony in there. I'm sure I heard that voice.
Ask him about the 3-nail hookers.
Sugar Cookie's best mate.
What?
Yeah.
Is right?
3-nail hookers. Of the Polynesian travels or whatever that he had.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I think-
it's a story. It's a whole thing. Because metal was, I guess, very scarce, right? And so I'm not going to do the story justice on my own. You had to listen to it from him, but so the sailors would come off the boats or whatever, and they would pay their hookers in nails. Apparently, it was an autobiography that he was telling me.
Oh, right.
Then what-
Do you like this
Are you
one?
getting ready? Okay, yeah, I had another question. I'll wait for after.
Yeah, this is a thing that I've been doing with Farmer's Boy, and he's obviously not one of the brightest. Like we've been talking about the character, the Farmer's Boy. I don't know if everybody's aware of that particular character, the one that's always sat in the background talking shit but never actually able to come and voice it himself. He's always helping out other people, right? So this is where we're at. We've got these two statements here. So I'm talking to Farmer's Boy, or a Farmer's Boy, called Roger Peachy, this one. And I say, what's the definition of a triangle? Because he's been talking about things, right? And he says a 3-sided polygon. Now, I don't know whether everybody's aware of what a polygon is, but a polygon is a shape with straight sides. It's quite simple.
On straight sides.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
a
so
3-sided polygon is a 3-sided straight-sided shape. And I say exactly 3 straight sides. And he says, nope. Where did I say straight? You can have spherical triangles. They are a thing, says Farmer's Boy. Useless idiot that he is, doesn't realise when he says polygon, he's implying straight sides. He doesn't think it is. Farmer's Boy doesn't realise that a polygon has straight sides.
They love bending those straight lines.
That's what happens when you are a farmer's boy and you just sit in the background talking shit. You can imagine that a polygon has not straight sides because you know nothing about it. You just talk shit from the background and imagine that the things that you're saying make sense to you and you can just carry on talking shit. Doesn't realise that a polygon has straight sides. That's a farmer's boy for you. And that's a blue marble scientist. That's as far as the intelligence levels of these blue marble scientists are. These are the people that you're talking to, the ones that are arguing, the ones that are over there on blue marble science at the minute, discussing what they can imagine they can do with proofs of geometry. The dickheads. There's Wally. Yeah, calling people farmer's boy is a normal thing, Wally. Everybody knows what a farmer's boy is now. It's not an insult. It's just a statement of their character, the type of person that we're talking about. Everybody knows what a farmer's boy is.
Would that be the same kind of equivalence to an Arwen?
Does not have curved sides. Thank you very much, J-Ro. The old farmer's boy's useless. Everybody's pointing at him. Miss Hughes pointing out polygons have straight sides. It's amazing why these people are even around here. The geniuses of the blue marble science. Farmers' boys talking shit from the background, not knowing the first concepts about basic geometry or basic understanding of geometrical understanding. Useless. Blue marble scientists don't know the first thing about geometry. That's your farmers' boys for you. Don't forget, Blue Marble Science is live right now, probably talking shit about us. Obviously, with some brilliant stuff to talk about. Maybe they'll be on about Farmer's Boy and his polygons that are spherical triangles.
I guess all we can do is keep inviting them to come in and have a talk. You know, if they want to, they can. If they're going to see, they'll see. If they're not going to see, then there's not much anybody can do.
I'm just waiting to see how he's going to get out of this one. Because I find the blue marble scientific method always kicks in when a blue marble scientist says something so fucking ridiculous. Right? And then you go, you do realise what a polygon is, right? And now, Blue Farmer's Boy will have to try and justify the fact that I don't understand why he said polygon when he meant spherical triangles, and he doesn't understand what a fucking three-sided polygon is. I'll try and keep you up to date, but they normally just talk shit and just keep going out of it. Apparently, if you notice that a polygon has straight sides, then you're ignoring spherical geometry.
How does that work?
Well, a polygon has straight sides, but if you point that out to a farmer's boy, he'll just say that you're ignoring spherical geometry.
Well, what? How's that?
Look, here we go. This is what I have to deal with all the time, right? You know, like people say you have different conversations with different people. When you start mentioning these things, he probably meant spherical polygon. There you go. Look, he says 3-sided polygon. I say exactly 3 straight sides, and he says, so you're ignoring spherical geometry then?
What?
Yep, that's the way it works, farmers boys. That's argumentation that you have to deal with. You best be prepared for nonsensical statements. You best be ready to rebut them too.
I feel for you.
Yeah, these are the arguments and the discussions that you're meant to go along with, right? That would make 0 sense to anybody. But when you're in this realm of ridiculous model delusions, that's meant to be a rebuttal to something. How are you meant to reply to that?
You shouldn't.
No.
That's a good question.
Just point out that farmers' boys are a waste of space. Not only do they just talk shit from the background, but they're fucking delusional. They imagine that they are geniuses, but they've actually got nothing. They're just fucking stupid, ridiculous statements that they're making that mean nothing. Damn right I'm ignoring spherical geometry. It's a fucking joke. It's not real. There's nothing you can do with spherical geometry. And the Blue Marble scientists that are watching, they should surely know. Spherical polygon. That's not a polygon, though, is it? It's no good just coming up to defend the farmer's boy with your spherical bullshit. He didn't put spherical. He just said polygon. A 3-sided polygon. There's no mention of spherical. So don't come on with your non sequitur afterwards trying to defend him with an addition of spherical. Because that's fucking ridiculous.
Polygons are not spherical by definition.
And the arcs of great circles are not straight lines. You can't just put spherical in front of a straight line. It doesn't make any sense. It's an oxymoron. But that's the way the Blue Marble scientists work now. We know about the changing definitions of things. QE needs hugs. Nice name again. Super chat. Did QE say you can't get a horizontal without the horizon? What a tit. Yeah, I think he did say that. We went over it. I don't know why he said that, but
yes,
yeah,
he said that
he definitely
you
said
have
that.
to have a horizon to have horizontal.
Why is there only great circles and no great triangles, great squares, great pentagons?
Oh, how does the Midwest have any houses that don't tilt the wrong way?
Well, how would you know until you put oil in the frying pan?
Wow. Look at this. This is Slice Barcane on Twitter. Right? I'll put it in the chat for everybody to see because it is public. So everybody's already seen this because Slice Barcane's posting it on Twitter. Right? This is Slice Barcane. He says, this is Slice Barcane, the guy that has the bending water level test that you didn't do. Right, he says, took you long enough. To me, it was over a year ago when Bev invited people to talk about flat Earth with his son. Lie. Then called them pedophiles when they did. No, we did not do that. That's a blatant lie, right? Then B Sharp, the guy who he's talking to, says he did what? Sounds like a disgusting shitburger manipulative thing to do. Yeah, Slice Barcane's just making shit up and he's manipulating people into saying this fucking false shit that never actually happened. Slice Barcane says this actually happened. Then he plastered the guy's face on memes and posted them more than he posts hashtags. No, I don't make memes. So I didn't do that at all, Slice Barcane, you lying shit. So get it right. And then B Sharp says, fuck. And then TB Bragsdale, it's the guy that came over here looking for a 13-year-old kid to talk to, says, that was me. He was the one that came in looking for a 13-year-old boy to talk to and got upset when he found out that my son's 21. He said, that was me, and I went in because he was trying to get a teen Twitter member to join by saying my boy will be in the chat. No, my son does come round here. He owns this Discord server. He's not 13, right? But these guys, TB Bragsdale, thinks that we were talking about a 13-year-old. So he came in looking for a 13-year-old.
That's what he says right there, isn't it?
Yes.
That was me.
Yeah, that was me. That was him. Yeah. And he doesn't
that's
point out that
disgusting.
he got upset that my son isn't 13 when he came in here to talk to him. Right? He came in looking for a 13-year-old boy that wasn't here because we didn't do that shit. These guys are just making shit up and slandering us again. This is Slice Barcane doing the very same thing that QE and Nathan are doing. They're all doing the same shit, which is just blatant slander on us. Who's going to bother about this? Nobody. Nobody gives a shit that these people are just blatantly slandering us, giving us a bad name. But for what reason? Because they're all fucking butthurt. This is Red's Rhetoric, Slice Barcane, B Sharp. I don't know who these people are, but they're all just talking shit. Get ready for it. This is going to happen to anybody else that talks about any of these geometric fucking facts. Best get ready for it. And I'm sorry, people, but if you're associated with us, it looks like these guys are going to do whatever the fuck they want to slander the shit out of us. Including Nathan Oakley, Brian's Logic, QE, Adam Meakin, and Sly Sparkane, Blue Marble. They're all just talking shit. Damn right, I'm going to get pissed off. This has been going on for years. These people talking shit about us, slandering us. It's not right, and they've been doing it for years. How long am I meant to just sit around while people talk shit? How long's it meant to be going on for?
Grown men on the internet.
Yeah. Probably getting off at it. Enjoying themselves by talking shit about other people. Making up fantasy stories in their sick fucking minds. I don't know what their actual lives are like. I'm a fucking carer in a house. A council house in the UK. And these fuckers are talking shit constantly.
Sorry, Bev, I love you. Fuck them. They're dumb. My goodness.
Yeah, they've got no argument. It's dead obvious. The only thing that they've got is this slander and shit talk.
Okay, anyway, I am going to bed. Good night, all, and Merry Christmas.
Okay,
for all.
Yeah.
Merry
Catch you later.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, people. I get a bit, but like, this is coming up to Christmas, and this has been going on for multiple years. And just recently, obviously, other people have joined in. Yeah, I mean, Jeff, yeah, I know everybody knows it's lies, the ones that are watching us, but don't forget, there's 30 odd people watching us here, but over there on Blue Marbles, there's 100 and odd. There was 100 and odd watching Nathan Oakley's. There was another load of people watching that. There's more people that hear all of the shit about us than actually hear the truth about what we're talking about. And that's what this is about. It's about these people just talking shit and slandering as though it's a normal thing to do. For their tactics to be able to win an argument that isn't even an argument. They just resort to slander. Poison in the well, talking shit. The arguments don't stand because nobody actually gets to hear the actual arguments. All people get to hear is all of the shit talk. Apparently, flat earthers are calling us out on shit now. So the Globers are now liking what Nathan Oakley says, because that's the flat earthers calling us on our shit. Yeah, what name call him, Wally?
What? Isn't it the opposite? I would think that the FED crew is the ones getting called out on their shitty arguments.
No. No, the globe guys are saying that the flat earthers are calling us out. That's the way this narrative goes. These guys like to play whatever angle they can in order to get an advantage with whatever is said by anyone. Doesn't really make any difference. Like Wally's there in the chat, he's saying, how's that no name calling going? Well, Wally, people are calling us paedophile catchers. I think maybe that's what we're doing, right? We caught a paedophile, and yet what they're doing is saying that we are the bad ones for spotting that some guy came round looking for a 13-year-old boy. But somehow that's us doing something wrong. Wally, that's your mate, Slice Barcane, that's saying that. That we're in the wrong for pointing out that some guy, creepy, weird guy, came over here looking for a 13-year-old boy. Wally, how's that calling names? I don't know what's going on. Why is that fucking bad? Look, Wally, look at that. Wally says, how about you call out Nathan on his claim he can use an angle to do celestial navigation? He can't.
Has Wally been under a rock?
He's not right, is he? Poor Wally.
I said, have you been in a cave, Wally? But I was had it on mute before you, Sugar Cookie.
Yes. I mean, what the hell? Where's Wally? Is just
Yeah, don't blame Wally.
doing
He's very, very, very slow.
he's probably very sensitive, so you gotta be careful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fragile.
Yeah.
I think he's saying it because the getting paid part that QE mentioned yesterday, they just want us talking in here about the angle and celestial navigation. That's what they want us to focus on. Stop bringing out the contradictions that they're all holding. Focus, Nathan, guys. Why?
Yeah. It's all right, Wally. We'll focus on your stolen concept that you've managed to get Blue to do it with. That's what we've been talking about, Wally. We know where the argument is and where our argument stands and the expose of the ridiculous stolen concept fallacy. Yeah, Wally, you are very, very slow. It's not name calling. It's stating a fact of truth. We know. We've talked to you, Wally.
That's not name calling. That's saying, where have you been? You're behind the curve, the learning curve. Calm down, Fragile.
Wally stuck toothpicks into a ball and called the ruler he laid on top of those toothpicks as a tangent to the ball. The two ends of the toothpicks being tangent points. The toothpick tangents. Wally did that, made a video, put it online.
Look, listen to him. I am using what is effectively two plumb bobs and a protractor, and I measure 2.49 degrees of divergence between Sydney and Dubbo.
Wow.
He can't see it as a stolen concept. Literally blinded to it. But he's allowed Blue Marble to do a proof basically on the same sort of thing.
I'm curious, how does he measure the tilt? What does he measure the tilt against? Wally, what do you measure the tilt against?
I don't think he'll be able to answer that.
Well, that just kills his argument right there. I found his Achilles heel. There's the argument right there. Dead, Wally. Come on. Unless you have an answer.
You put a straight line between the two, right? And then you've got a vertical, a plumb bob at each end. And he's measuring well, you tell him, Wally. Where's your
Against
angles
what?
measured? Yeah, where
Yeah.
is
In
it more
reference
than
to what-
90?
Can you rephrase that? In reference to what are you measuring the tilt of your plumb bob, Wally? That is the question.
In fact, I can put the screen on for you, Wally, if you want. I've got 2 plumb bobs. We can.
I gotta hear this one.
Let me just draw it out for you, and then we'll get you on there, Wally. You can keep us up to date. I'll just get rid of this one on here. Two plumb bobs. Check. Oh, we can have 3, can't we? May as well. There we go.
That has to be one of the most nonsensical things I've ever heard.
There you go. There's my camera. There's a plumb bob. That one's a plumb bob. That one's a plumb bob. And this one here. That's another plumb bob. So there's 3 plumb bobs there. And what did he have? A straight line, was it? So we've got a point here and a point, let's say here. There we go. From there to there, Wally. What we're after is, where's your 2 point something degrees?
Yep, that is the question right there. We'll call this the Wally conundrum.
Yeah. So we've got these here. That'd be like a 90 there. And that'd be a 90 there if that's horizontal. Where's your 2.49 degrees come from, Wally? Where do you measure them? Wally? He's gone, hasn't he?
Houston,
we have
a problem.
Where's your 2.49 degree tilt? We can just pretend. Which one would you like us to tilt of the of the verticals? Just to give us an idea of how you measured it. Tell us which one of the plumb bobs we tilt first, and then you can tell us how you measured it.
Remember, Wally took my meme
is a bit slow.
Says one man's vertical cannot be another man's horizontal. And he reworded it to say one man's vertical can be another man's horizontal.
Yeah, Wally is the guy that used a plus size model for his Wally character. So we don't know whether he's a plus size, whether he's a big blue size model. Obviously, says nothing about the sexuality of people. We're not saying that, Wally. Anybody's sexuality is fine. You can be any size you want. Nobody's trying to fat shame anybody about anything. Nobody's trying to shame anybody's sexuality either. We're just pointing out. Let us know which one. Where are we tilting these plumb bobs?
Plus size models do make good money.
Just let us know which one you want us to tilt, and then let us know how you measured it with a protractor. Look, we've got a protractor here.
Has the cat got your fingers, Wally? Already. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
There you go. There's a big protractor there ready. We can have a go at measuring the angle. Just let us know which one we tilt, Wally, and then we'll be right on it. So we can let everybody know how it works. No, is he gone? Well, that's a shame. Maybe it's because we said that Wally was very, very slow and not really understanding much. But, I mean, he does say that he has measured the tilting vertical plumb bobs, essentially. That's what Wally said, essentially. It was just 2 plumb bobs and a protractor. So that's exactly what we've got. 2 plumb bobs. Well, we've got 3 plumb bobs. And a big, massive protractor.
Holy shit. That's great.
Well, we do have stuff to be able to do these sort of things. I mean,
Yeah.
we do it, yeah. Yeah, well, we can do that. It's a scalable line, Wally. Explain to us which ones are plumb bobs, right? So, what was that? 282 kilometers. Okie dokie. From here
You're going to end up in France, bro.
to here. This one here. That is 282 kilometers. There you go. That's how we do it in mathematics, Wally. We now have a line between these 2 plumb bobs of 282 kilometers. Here's a vertical, here's a vertical. So we've separated them now, Wally, by 282 kilometers. What's next? When you get them, I've just separated them there by 282 kilometers. That line is depicting 282 kilometers. The line separating the 2 plumb bobs. Right, what are we doing next, Wally? Come on. Let's go, Wally. Which plumb bob are we separating them with? Which one do you want us to tilt? Or do we tilt both of them? Wally, 2-point-something degrees.
He wants you to bring him 228
Draw
kilometers
a line,
apart.
There's something. Draw a line that is 2.49 degrees from parallel. Which one? Parallel to what, Wally? the vertical, that we want to draw a line that's 2 point something degrees from parallel from this line, or 2.9 from this line. Which one, Wally? I mean, does this one stay vertical and that one moves 2 point something degrees, or does this one stay vertical and this one move 2.49 degrees? Well, how does it work, Wally, in your imagination?
I bet you he's going to get it wrong, even in his own model.
Wally, the left one, assume the center is vertical. We're going to assume that this plumb bob is vertical. And what we want to... do we assume that this one's vertical? Or do we have to tilt this one to assume it's vertical? Make the center plumb bob at 90 degrees and the left one at 87.56 degrees. From which one? Like this, if that's perpendicular, then would that be, because that would make that one the more than, so this one here. Like the way I see it is, if you want to tilt this, then the angle on one side changes in proportion to the one on the other side. If you tilt it one way, then you make an angle bigger on the other side. All right angles won't be equal anymore, Wally. What? Draw a line behind the left plumb bob that is 2.49 degrees from vertical. But isn't it meant to be vertical, Wally? Why are you drawing a line that isn't vertical behind a vertical plumb bob? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Wally? just draw. Don't tilt the vertical. Just draw a line behind the vertical that isn't vertical. Wally, what are we drawing a line that's not vertical for? Is that to show that you've got a line that isn't vertical? That what you've measured, Wally? What did you measure? Wally, tell us where you measured your difference. Did you have to draw a line first and then measure it? You want to see what 2.49 degrees looks like? Can you see this, Wally? This is a protractor. So can you see how the angles work and how these little marks work? This is 10 degrees. So 2.49 is here. There. Do you not know what an angle of 2.49 degrees is, Wally?
Your fingernail was in the way. Wally, you're a comedian tonight.
That's vertical.
You still haven't answered my question, by the way, Wally. You're hurting my feelings. your two plumb bobs that are 242 kilometers apart. What are you referencing the tilt to? And which one is tilting?
Where are you measuring your 2.49 from, Wally?
Yep. Where, Wally?
Oh, he wants
Do
you
you
to
see the
ask
problem,
again.
Wally?
He wants the attention's on where's Wally right now, everybody. Essie, can you please address where's Wally? Because like we say, he's very, very slow. He wants you to go over the question again, please.
It would be my pleasure.
Yeah.
So you say you have two plumb bobs that are 242 miles apart or kilometers apart. And you say they're not parallel. And you say you measured a difference between them. The question is, what did you measure the tilt, the difference to? What was your reference? What did you use for reference to measure the plumb bob's tilt? Pretty simple question, I think.
You reckon?
I reckon it's ridiculous, but simple.
Well, to get an angle of 2 point something degrees, I think he must have used the vertical.
Let's see what he says. I'm really interested in this one.
Oh, there you go. He's measuring angles to lights in the sky.
No way, Wally. Not a star. You're kidding me, right? Wally, come on. You measure 2.4 from a star.
To where?
Which star? How?
Like, you start at the star and you measure an angle to where? That was the idea, right? Where is the angle measured from and to? Wally. Saying a star doesn't have an angle. You can't get an angle to a star. They're measuring between vertical and a star. And from that, you think you can tell that verticals tilt?
That's amazing, Wally. I was expecting a lot of things, but not that.
Okay, right. So let me get this, right? This is a plumb bob. Now, the angle is, there's like a light in the sky. Let's say there. Right? Now, the angle that Wally's measuring is from here to the star. Right? So he's going from the vertical to the star. So let's say we've got this here, and then that angle there. Right? And then we've got another plumb bob over here. And they've got that angle there. So you've got that angle and you've got that angle. And because these angles are different, well done, Wally. What Wally can tell is that the plumb bobs are tilting.
That's what he's saying, in essence, yeah?
Yeah, brilliant, Wally. Fantastic. I guess that's globe geometry for you. Let us know if we've done anything wrong there, Wally. Is that what we're talking about? You're measuring an angle from the vertical to the light in the sky to be able to tell that you think either one of these. Which one did you have one that you decided was tilting? Which one of the two did you decide was tilting after you measured the angle? It's brilliant, a genius. I said, like, Wally's a forerunner in this globe proof sort of thing. And think Blue Marble's done a video about it, Wally. You should go and tell Blue how well you've just done to explain. That's how I think Blue Marble might have done a similar thing somehow. Oh, that's a shame, Wally, that you have to go right now, just after you've exposed yourself as being a tit. With no fucking thing. I mean, I'm glad you've eventually got to do this, Wally, with your stolen concept.
We didn't even have dessert yet,
He
or
does
tea.
that every time.
Bev has crumpets and tea ready. I mean, come on, don't leave like that.
I hope everybody can understand now how the globe model science works. Whereas Wally is a great proponent of diverging plumb bobs, tilting plumb bobs. Don't forget, Blue Marble Science has also got a proof. Just recently, he's been making lots of videos about it. It'll check out, don't worry. It definitely checks out as a vertical and horizontal perpendicular thing, the way it works like this. It's a good job we have Wally here.
By the way, Merry Christmas, Wally, to you and the family.
Yeah. This is such a good Christmas present, Wally. Thank you for bringing this to us. I'm sure everybody will be doing this now. We'll get plumb bob measuring kits out for Christmas for the globe guys. Where's Wally measuring tilting verticals? Dead easy. Just measure a vertical angle to a light in the sky, and then if you get a different angle to somebody else, then you can just say verticals. Your plumb bobs are tilting.
For those last Christmas shoppers that don't have any gift ideas, this is the perfect gift idea for the man in your life.
Measure your own tilting plumb bobs with Wally for Christmas.
Oh man,
Yeah,
my
we
cheeks
will
are
do,
hurting.
Wally. Don't worry about it. Full stolen concept explanation will be dealt to Blue Marble Science. He's the one that's done the video for us, Wally. You'll be able to watch that. We'll give you plenty of credit for it, for handing it on to him. Of course. Yes, we will definitely do that, Wally. We'll explain fully the exact stolen concept fallacy that you've committed. You have been committed for a few years. That was pretty much a very easy explanation of how the globe mind works. Very slowly. I don't even think he's even realised what's took part. He is that slow. But he is only a Blue Marble scientist after all. You've got to give them plenty of time to try and understand these simple concepts of perpendicularity. They still don't understand it. They don't understand the fundamental basics of geometry. But what can we do? We can but try. We can keep trying to explain this to them. Right, I think I'm done for the night. It's getting a bit on now, isn't it? It is the weekend. It's the weekend. Hopefully we might be doing something this weekend. It is Christmas weekend. Christmas Eve tomorrow. I'm not too sure whether we're going to be doing anything then. Might come back Christmas Day. But Model Affliction Monday, we'll be here for that. And like I say, starting in the new year, we're going to be exposing all of these contradictions, paradoxes that exist within the minds of the delusional people. Like Where's Wally, Blue Marble Science, Nathan Oakley, QE, Brian's Logic. You're not going to get away with it, guys. There are simple geometric statements of truth. We're going to keep saying them. And you're going to have to go with it, guys. Or come up with a rebuttal. Come up with some arguments to rebut them. Well, that's how we'll be dealing it from now on. We'll just put the arguments down simply and talk about them. If you want to do all of the shit talk, we'll try and keep out of it. I'm not really interested in shit talk and drama, but I am interested in argumentation. So our arguments will keep coming, and we'll try and keep demonstrating how the geometric principles work. Anybody else got any other final words?
Just want to reiterate the fact that you can have a horizontal without a horizon. QE.
I would go with that as well. You can establish a horizontal at any point that you want. And we're going to have a two-level bitch as a shout out for Christmas. I'd like to say have a nice Christmas. I don't know whether we're going to be back or whether we're going to be coming round here for Christmas. But please do enjoy Christmas. Don't worry about stupid arguments that people may have, and try not to get involved in some sort of model fight with any family. It's not worth discussing. Just drop the model and have discussions about reality. And be nice to your family and stuff. Try not to get into any arguments. Thank you very much for joining us. Hopefully we'll be back soon. Monday. Maybe before. Thanks for joining us. Have a nice Christmas.
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat earth geometry. Flat earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go on Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's really flat and level now.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Lamps to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go on Morty's memory and do a little.
Burn right to the ground in pieces. From the ashes come.
Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, it doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. Right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree level's horizontal. All
Sweet.
right,
true level, bitch.
Perfect. Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that. You flipped it, man.
Yeah, true level, bitch.